Another day and another win for Arnaud Démare on the Giro d'Italia. 3 stages in the race, 2 days in succession. Nobody can get near the man from Picardy. The fastest stage ever of the Giro d'Italia. Ridden at over 51 kilometers per hour, and yet again, the French champ finished first.
Aujourd'hui, c'était un vrai sprint. Well,
today it was a real sprint. All of the sprinters were there, and we know that there was a lot of tension in the group. We haven't really done a perfect sprint yet, but I won. I've got an amazing team, extraordinary. They're doing great work every day, and it's a real group of friends where we have fun and enjoy. It feels really, really great.
On s'amuse, on prend du plaisir, c'est extraordinaire.
Joao Almeida, in the meantime, still in the pink jersey. Let's have a look at the general classification before we leave stage 7 behind and head to stage 8. And this is how it stands. The Portuguese leader still with 43 seconds of an advantage and quietly making a name for himself. Wilco Kelderman is at 48 seconds in third. Still in Puglia, an entire day in Puglia coming up. And leaving Giovinazzo heading up the coast and finishing on the beautiful Gargano Peninsula in Vieste. 200 kilometers long, and here's Rolf Aldag. Well, the 8th stage of the Giro d'Italia reminds me a bit of a classic. If we compare today's profile with Milano-San Remo, we'll see that both are flat in the beginning. There's a mountain in the middle, and it's quite hilly towards the end. So I think we can expect a similar race to Milan-San Remo. A breakaway for a long time, sprinters teams that will close the gap to get into a bunch sprint at the end. If we look at the weather forecast, there won't be as much wind as yesterday. So even with the side winds, I don't expect too many echelons. Looking at today's finale, 10 kilometers to go at the top of the hill, then we have a slight downhill, very doable for the sprinters. So expect another chance for Arnaud Démare and Peter Sagan, or maybe Michael Matthews. All the others already have their backs against the wall. They need a chance to prove themselves. Talking about Fernando Gaviria, or another man who hasn't really shown anything yet, Elia Viviani. Flat start, mountain in the middle, a bit Sanremo-esque towards the end. It's 200 kilometers, it is stage 8 of the Giro. Well, the sun is shining, the stage is set, and we're all ready for another possibly dramatic day on the Giro. Haven't had a day without drama yet. A week in, and it is not disappointing, this race. Lots of news overnight, not all of it good, to bring you as well when we come back after this break. At the scene at the finish line, let's have a look where we're coming from and where we're going today. At the start, at the presentation, it looked like this in Piazza Vittorio Emanuele II. Movistar were winners the last time we were in the Gargano National Park. Gorka Izagirre on that day. Salvatore Puccio may be thinking about getting up the road again for the Ineos Grenadiers. Vincenzo Nibali, another good day for him yesterday. They continue to fall by the wayside, but he's still in the race. Joao Almeida, confident with each passing day in the pink jersey. But it was a blow to Mitchelton Scott. Only 5 there at sign-in. More about that when we come back from this commercial break. Arnaud Démare looking for yet another victory. And here's Alex Dowsett.
The best day for breaking away.
I don't know, yeah, it could be. I mean, we thought
the other day was going to be a good one for a breakaway with the break with Jimmy Whelan in it, but then Bora had different ideas, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, Sagan's not winning, so there's not many teams that are gonna. Like, a team has to actively want that breakaway to come back and be willing to put in the work, and it's 200k. There's a big climb in the middle, and sort of looking at what team's going to want to do that. Maybe Matthews with somewhere, but they've got Kelderman in the GC, so don't know if they're going to want to spend the energy. So it really could be a good day for the breakaway.
Emmanuel, yesterday you had a bit of a crash. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, 45 kilometers to go, and yeah, it was in the barrier. It's like there's no space, like it's closed, so it's I'm crashed with almost many riders, and yeah, it's in my left leg. It was really pain, and yeah, I'm fighting to finish the race with the. And yeah, finally I'm finished the race, and now I'm yeah.
I think you know, it is a sprint day today, but FD Giro's won a lot of stages, so, and the other team's been working very hard to make sure he wins in some ways. So I think the other
Giovinazzo for the first time on the Giro d'Italia since 2014. The last time we were here, we were back from Ireland after the big start in Belfast and then Dublin. And this is what happened at the start today. Harald Verhoeven still in white, just about. Thomas again asked him to bring those good legs he said he had to the race today. Let's see if he's done just that. With Pipo Ganna hoping to hold the blue jersey, but with a 1-point lead. There, of course, was Joao Almeida in pink. And looking very pretty in the Maglia Ciclamino instead of his French national champions jersey was Arnaud Démare. The race began at just after 11:30 in the morning, leaving the outskirts of Giovinazzo, and the attacks would continue for quite some time. We'd be racing for around 25 to 30 kilometers before a proper break got us up on the road. And in the end, 6 riders would just about make it. 6 strong riders having a getaway: Simone Ravanelli, Joy Roskopf, Matthias Brendle, Alex Dowsett, Matthew Holmes and Salvatore Puccio. They're about just under halfway now to the intermediate sprint at Manfredonia. After that, they'll begin climbing Monte Sant'Angelo, and then the fun starts really. Left, right, up and down, and into more complicated terrain than this that they're on at the moment once they get to the Gargano Peninsula. So live images on a beautiful sunny day in Puglia. We started in the southeasterly region. We'll finish in the same region, and we are heading up north. Adriatic on the right-hand side all day, and some beautiful, beautiful scenery. It's a very good morning to Brian Smith.
Buongiorno. Yeah, another stage 8. 6 riders in the breakaway, and 2 Brits. You can see Matt Holmes and Alex Dowsett, and you know, if memory serves me right, stage 6 it was, I think it was, 2014, Tour of Britain. We had Matthias Brendle and Alex Dowsett in the breakaway. 3 riders went away, and I don't think anybody gave them much hope that day. The stage started in Bath, where I am now, and went to Hemel Hempstead. And I think with the 3-man breakaway that day, I don't think anybody gave them too much hope. And I think Team Sky had to try and kind of ride them down at the end. They managed to stay away. Brendle took the stage, and Alex Dowsett took the yellow jersey. Okay, he lost it the next day, but you just can't underestimate a breakaway. I know it's only 6 riders, but you cannot underestimate a breakaway with this power in it.
Who's going to ride today, Brian? Even though it's not quite the same ring to it, is it? Bath to Hemel Hempstead from Giovinazzo to Vieste?
Oh, they're putting Bath and Hemel Hempstead down a little bit there.
Well, Bath's very posh. Nice. I'm not sure about Hemel Hempstead, but I know Bath's very posh.
Well, that's where Matt Stevens comes from, so yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Good job, Matt's out there at the Giro, and he can't hear me saying that. In all seriousness, though, Brian, we've got, what, 6.5 minutes now. You see Elio Kessler at the front. Nobody's taken the bait yet. Who's going to do the work to bring them back today?
Yep. We were talking about it the other day, who would ride, and you know, these teams have good memories. No one helped a couple of days ago, Bora Hansgrohe. You know, who is going to bring it back? He's touching 6.5 minutes, and the best placed of the riders in front is Salvatore Puccio for Ineos at 34 minutes and 20 seconds. So Kaiser just doing...
It's not going to be quick step then.
No. So Kaiser is just doing what he normally does, just riding on the fronts, and it's going to be another waiting game. It could be an opportunity where the break goes up to almost 10 minutes like a couple of days ago. Is Sagan going to invest? As we see the non-starters of today, and you know, Rob, you'll bring us up to date with that in a little bit. But the gap will go up. Sagan, how many times now has he finished second? 3 times second, so he's not winning. And even on this finishing circuit, it's not a nailed-on sprint at the end, because we've got a very steep climb towards the finish here and in Vieste, and it's not an easy lap. We come into the circuit, we do pretty much all of the lap. We hit the finishing line with 14.5 to do, and do another lap round. So in that area, we've been in that area before. It's quite lumpy, quite hard, and we saw an interesting finish when we were in that area the last time in the Giro d'Italia, and it's not a nailed-on sprint. But saying that, Damar will probably win today because he can get over most things, but it's quite a difficult final. But this, with Joey Roscoff here, Brenly, Alex Dowsett, that's 3 kind of time trial specialists here put together. They've got Ravanelli of Androni in the reds. In the black and reds, the British rider Matt Holmes, he's already ridden very well this year. And Puccio going for another possible stage win. He was supposed to be the rider in the stage that Ghana won, but he got dropped and Ghana went on to win the stage. So 6 strong riders, they could actually go the whole way.
That is Margherita di Savoia, the salt mines, and while we look at that, time to go for some Giro stories. To Twitter first, and Harm Verhoeven. Raise your hand if you still had good legs. We talked about that yesterday. That was from 2 days ago, but last night we had a response. Please bring them with you to the race next time. That from his own teammate. Possibly the best exchange of this Giro so far. We certainly had crosswinds, didn't we? The first 60 kilometres didn't disappoint, even if it calmed down a little towards the end. And for the Koenig Quickstep, well, we've got all this how it started, how it's going stuff on. It's not looking bad. Pretty in pink, Joao Almeida. Now, Chad Hager, mentioning a point that our very own Brian Smith made. A crash there at those barriers. Surely something to be done about that. Tilla Valter said the same thing. Hungarian GC contender for the future from CCC, and already making his voice heard. Julien Bernard, and many voices added to the very loud cry for help that's coming for the peloton, and pretty understandably so when you see those scenes. Nathan Haas had a rather more humoristic view of things. That must have been a late night tweet, that one. And look at that, 51.23 kilometers per hour, the fastest road stage in the history of the Giro d'Italia, and the first stage ever to be ridden above 50 kilometers per hour average. The second fastest stage came in 2012. That was from San Vito Cadore to Vedelago at 49.5 kilometers per hour. Again, a short stage. That had a big influence yesterday, not just the wind, but the fact that it was only, and again, only in inverted commas, I suppose, 143 kilometers long, but relatively short compared to a normal Grand Tour stage. And, well, obviously, it's always difficult to gauge the speed when you're watching it live, but those statistics at the end, Brian, wow.
Yeah, if you can remember the tour just before the Pyrenees, we had the crosswinds, and all day it was full on, a slightly longer stage, but in some of the climbers, the next couple of days, they had a little bit of trouble in the Pyrenees, purely because of that. And we saw it yesterday as well. And you know, I was looking at the sprint yesterday, and I thought Gaviria had an opportunity yesterday, but he sat down with about 200 metres to go when Demar and Sagan were out the saddle accelerating, and it just goes to show you that on a hard day like and fast day like yesterday, it deadens a lot of the riders' legs. It was a kind of tired sprint yesterday, and it wasn't the fastest of sprints. Today, I think there's a lot of tired legs out there after yesterday's stage, because it was brutal for pretty much every team. Everybody had to put their nose in the wind at some point yesterday. There was no hiding whatsoever, and if you were able to use your experience and duck and dive and looked after by your teammates, then you could sprint at the end. But other sprinters went missing. I think Bernie Eisser was talking about Viviani. Well, what happened to Viviani yesterday? A lot of the sprinters were there, but they just didn't have any power to deliver their sprint. It just goes to show you that Demar is just on super form at the moment.
Bahrain McLaren are riding very close to the front. We might start to see those jerseys a little bit more if Pello Bilbao can continue to stay up there in second place in the general classification. A reminder too that Hermann Pernsteiner is at 1 minute and 48 from the pink jersey as well, and is a very good climber, the young man from Austria. 14th place overall. And Ilio Kessa, well, if Tony Martin was the man at the Tour de France, so far it's Ilio Kessa here at the Giro d'Italia. The name on the front of the bunch. No wonder he's hungry. He's not actively chasing a gap down at the moment, but he's just pulling things along. I think he'd be very happy, Brian, if somebody behind decides to start doing some work as well, and meaning that he can be relieved of his duties.
I can't see that happening soon, because a lot of kind of tired bodies in the peloton. I would think that Sagan's team, Bora Hansgrohe, would be the team to be able to do that, but they had a non-starter this morning, so they're down in numbers, and that's a rider that rode the other day.
Yeah, we're going to go through the non-starters in just a moment's time, because we've got some big news. Before we do that, though, another little look back at yesterday, as it's time to go on board.
We okay, Damo and Simon? Back to more exposed roads again, Sorry, please repeat, I didn't understand the name. Who? Lucas, we're ready to do the bike change.
Yeah, that Eddie didn't look so good, because couldn't get out of the saddle. Yeah, we are up on our way up to Lucas's group. We just passed Damo. Spoke to him, he said he's broken his hand.
Who's this?
Well, that was Eddie, surely. He said he's got it mixed up there.
No, it's Eddie has broken hand. Eddie.
No, Damien as well.
Oh, okay.
Signori, lo spettacolo Arnaud Demar, Sagan, Matthews.
Well, boys, that was a bit of excitement today, wasn't it?
He wasn't wrong, was he? Plenty of excitement for Mitchelton Scott. Now, unfortunately, yesterday evening, there was a little more excitement of the wrong sort in the Mitchelton Scott camp. For those of you who don't have access to social media or haven't seen the news this morning, Simon Yates has unfortunately not taken the start of the race. And that's because yesterday evening he started to experience mild symptoms of the COVID-19 illness. Yesterday he had a quick COVID-19 test, Mitchelton Scott, it has to be said, have what looks to be an excellent protocol for dealing with. They call it the race safe protocol. They've had it in place since the resumption of the racing. Simon Yates was isolated immediately after he came back with a positive result for COVID-19 in the quick test. He was then sent for a PCR confirmation test. They're the test that you have if you go to the doctors or the hospital to get a proper confirmation to whether you have coronavirus or not. He was given that test, also came back positive, and as a result, the entire staff and riders all had to take coronavirus tests. Thankfully, they've given negative as well, and it means that Mitchelton Scott can continue to ride. But no Simon Yates at the start of the Giro d'Italia today. He has tested positive for COVID-19, and we wish him all the best. So unfortunately, no Simon Yates. Sorry if I sound a little startled then. I'm watching Brian. Of course, we're not in the same country, never mind the same room this year, given restrictions about the coronavirus. But Brian seems to have lost all light where he is. He's gone from being in a well-lit room to a darkened cinema. He's back. Thankfully, he's turned the switch on again. Unfortunately, in much less funny news, of course, we've had other non-starters today. I'm going to remind the viewers who come back from the commercial break they've just gone off for in a moment about these. But whilst you're watching on our digital platforms, I can tell you that Mitchelton Scott are down to 5 now because Edoardo Affini was injured yesterday. Sean Bennett from EF Pro Cycling, we saw him crash and he has a broken bone, so he's not started either. Tony Galopin went down in that crash at the barrier with 45 Ks to go. Another broken bone and another non-starter. I'm afraid Patrick Gamper was the Austrian rider we saw yesterday with quite a very sore-looking shoulder. He lost a lot of skin on his right shoulder, I think it was, if I remember correctly. He was missing quite a lot of kit as well. And I'm afraid that the Austrian rider, who's ridden so well for Bora Hansgrohe at the front of the peloton so far, is a non-starter as well. So we are now 13 riders down since the start and just 7 days in. But again, we'll go into that into a little more detail in just a moment's time. First of all, these are the breakaway riders. That's Matthew Holmes, first year at the World Tour level, and he's riding very well. Joe Roskopf is there for the CCC team, free to chase their own opportunities, and today could be a good day for the American. Highly talked about when he first became a professional. They were raving about this man. 4 wins, and he's been in the pro peloton a decade. Sort of quietened down to become a solid worker rather than a big protagonist himself. And at the front, 2 riders from the same team. The Israel Startup Nation are the only team to have never won a stage of the Giro d'Italia. Of course, they've only been coming here a couple of years. But they have both, just sitting in front of Matthew Holmes, his compatriot Alex Dowsett, rider from Essex in the southeast of England. And the man with the red and white bands on his sleeve is, of course, Matthias Brendle. He is the Austrian time trial champion. He's a former national champion on the road as well. And these two you expect to be the 2 most powerful riders in the break, without doubt. They've done really well to pull out an 8-minute advantage, but at the moment, Brian, it's 6 riders against 1.
Yeah, and the gap will continue to go up. As you said, Brendle, national champion, time trial, same with Dowsett. You know, the pre-plans, 2 of them getting the breakaway. I'm surprised that other teams didn't try this.
Welcome back to all of you watching on the television, wherever you're watching around the world. If you'd like to watch uninterrupted, make sure you log on to our Eurosport app or the GCN Race Pass, where there's lots of extras waiting for you as well. The breakaway will be on yet again tonight, and if you've missed an episode so far, it is all up there on demand on the GCN Race Pass or the Eurosport player. So we're inside 140 kilometres to go now, and Salvatore Puccio is in the break for the 2nd time in this Giro d'Italia. Pro since 2011. Of course, on that graphic there, it says he's won a stage. Of course, he was a winner of a team time trial stage back on his debut, and that meant that he picked up the Maglia Rosa on his Giro d'Italia debut, rather like his teammate Pipo Ganna, who did it at the start of this particular Giro. Things have changed quite a lot for Ineos Grenadiers since then. Geraint Thomas has had to leave the race with injury. We're told that it's minimum 3 weeks off the bike for him, unfortunately, so there is no chance of seeing him at the Vuelta a España in what is looking a pretty all-star lineup as it is for the Ineos Grenadiers, but no addition of Geraint Thomas to that, I'm afraid. Now, we talked just before the break about Simon Yates being unable to be at this start today because of a coronavirus positive test. Edoardo Affini has also not started because of an injury, so Mitchelton Scott are down to 5 with Brent Bookwalter having not started. Sean Bennett, a non-starter for EF. Tony Galopin not there, and Patrick Gamper unable to start with his injury as well.
Positivo ad un test dopo che per giorni.
Here is Matteo Beltemacchi, who is the doctor from Mitchelton Scott, says he's positive. Simon Yates unfortunately has coronavirus, and he had a bit of a headache last night, some mild symptoms. I repeat,
l'RCS mette a disposizione questi test rapidi, l'abbiamo fatto.
Of course, we had fantastic access to these quick tests that were able to diagnose things quickly, and the whole team had to have them. Everybody gave negative, thankfully.
Sì, ma noi siamo in contatto con la mascherina, la bolla nel ciclismo è proprio fatta non solo, cioè è fatta proprio per ridurre al minimo, nonostante siamo insieme.
Of course, we're all together in the cycling bubble. Everybody's wearing a mask.
Di sintomi, tosse, non aveva nulla.
And of course, before yesterday's stage, I think we need to repeat, just for the safety and security of everybody, that symptoms were not experienced by Simon Yates prior to the stage. So anybody at home wondering if, you know, Mitchelton Scott have been irresponsible by letting him race, not the case at all. No symptoms until yesterday evening. And I guess we have to applaud the team's processes that have been put into place, Brian, because it sounds like they've dealt with it as efficiently as they could. Well done, Mitchelton Scott, putting health before everybody, and of course conducting those tests on the entire team immediately before they thought about putting them into contact with the rest of the cycling bubble again and letting them race again. And of course, given the fact they've given negative, they are free to carry on in the race.
Yes, they are. And a few people, you know, asking why that is. But that's the conditions of the race. That's the agreement the race organisers have. And the teams, I think, have done tremendously well. But it begs to think that, you know, how he got it in the first place. It's you know, and how he's the only rider, because not only will the whole Mitchelton Scott be tested, but you know, every few days the other teams will be tested as well. So you know, we get through the Tour de France with just kind of a few staff members testing positive. This is the kind of first rider in a Grand Tour this year. So yeah, I don't know the incubation period, all that sort of stuff, and how we possibly have got it. But you know, these teams are being so safe. You know, they've been in their bubbles for a long period of time, not taking their opportunities, any chances with anything at all. So yeah, I'm sure that the whole peloton will be a little bit worried.
It's natural that everybody's got to be a little worried. Of course, the cases are on the increase in Italy. Also, though, are the levels of protection. 2 days ago, the government decreed that everybody had to wear a mask everywhere. And I know that in certain countries around Europe, I know that where I'm sitting, we've been doing that for 2 or 3 months now. But all of those measures are applied depending on the levels in the country. And Italy have seen it fit to do that now. But it does make us think yet again. Of course, we've been talking about the snow in the last couple of days. It does make us think yet again, allied to the unfortunate cancellation of Paris-Roubaix, how lucky we are to be watching racing at the moment and how quickly things could come crashing down. And it's a stark reminder that we shouldn't really take anything for granted here.
No, we shouldn't. And you know, there's a lot of discussions on, you know, social media about and you know, and further afield about, you know, how this, you know, we thought it could happen. You know, they're talking about there's not a big risk from people at the side of the roads. As you say, Rob, you know, everybody at the side of the road has to wear a mask. We've not always seen that in the races, but there's a small percentage that you cannot, you know, the riders riding through, especially in the climbs and things like that, and I think a very low percentage that, you know, the fans will have any influence if they are carrying COVID-19. But it's just, you know, the whole Mitchelton Scott team, it's kind of devastating losing your leader, but, you know, losing a couple of riders through injury as well. 5 riders now left in the race, and I believe that, you know, a couple of them are injured as well. So it's
yeah, carrying injuries, and in addition to Brent Bookwalter having to leave the race the day before, remember, he didn't start yesterday because of that nasty back injury. So they really are the pedalling wounded at the moment, and they still have Lucas Hamilton up there in the GC though at 2:47. 17th. I imagine he's going to try and stay up there, but more realistically for Mitchelton Scott, it's probably about regrouping for a few days and then having a go for stages, isn't it now?
You would think so, but he is a rider for the future, Hamilton, and I would think that trying to get in the top 10 for him would be maybe some sort of success for the future. And we talked about it the other day that, you know, you go through the procedure of you know, developing a rider, looking after him, so that he kind of learns how to do this in the future. And for Mitchelton Scott, I think it's important to do this with Lucas Hamilton. As you say, he's only 2:47 down in 17th place, so to get into the top 10, it's possible. We don't know how the other riders are feeling, because, you know, we've heard that a couple of the riders are carrying injuries, but Damien Howson, very capable of getting up potentially a stage. Cameron Maher, you know how good he is. Michael Hepburn, very, very fast, got a time trial, but Jack Haig has to be, you know, one of their best hopes as well in the mountains. So we'll wait and see, and hopefully we will catch up with Matt White and find out what their plans are for the rest of the Giro.
There's a Ravanelli at the front. Middlesbrough fans might be getting excited. Don't know if he's got any grey hair under that helmet, but young Simone Ravanelli we're talking about. He's one of the 6 men in the breakaway. Just 25 years of age, from Bergamo, so proper cycling country in the north of Italy. Had some good under-23 results, and some good under-23 results in hilly racing as well. So look out for Ravanelli in the break today. At the minute, they continue to gain. And up ahead, we can see where we're going. The Gargano Peninsula. And when you and I were there 3 years ago on the ground, Brian, I think we had a lovely day, didn't we, in Peschici? It was absolutely beautiful. And we're getting confirmation from the host broadcasters here of what we've just been talking about. This is Simon Yates not starting today. Of course, you can debate maybe as to whether the onset of coronavirus might have influenced things the other day, but I mean, that's a strange debate to get into, because medically, performance-wise, we do not know. We do not know whether it was the virus affecting his performance, whether he's having bad days, but all we can do is wish Mitchelton Scott and Simon Yates all the very best. We know he'll get the best care he can, and a full recovery. We hope to see you again next year.
Well, they've got 2 doctors in the race. We just heard from one of the Mitchelton Scott doctors. I saw that Dave Humes, the Bones we call him, was in the back of the car on the Giro stories. So they've got a couple of, you know, good doctors that are looking at, and that's just one team. Every other team has got relatively the same. So they are being kept and tested as safe as possible, because, yeah, it's kind of devastating for Simon Yates, because this was a big target for him this year, and unfortunately, you know, due to maybe not feeling too good and COVID, he's now out of the race.
Still no help for Ilio Kessa. Bahrain McLaren not taking any chances. Have one of the most experienced domestiques in the whole peloton sitting third wheel from the front there, second in the orange jerseys, and that's Eros Capecchi, stage winner at the Giro d'Italia.
Well, they've got every right to sit up there. They've got a rider in second place. You know, the team of Deconic Quickstep have got the right to sit in front of them, but they're choosing to sit back a little bit today. because they want to show the other teams that we'll put one rider up, honour the jersey. It's not a GC day for us. There's no real threat. You can see the wind blowing. It's kind of helping the riders at the moment, and this gap will continue to go up. I think we said it the other day, Rob. You know, it's a gamble now. You know, this team's playing poker. Who's going to come up? Is Groupama going to ride? I think it's going to be tough in this final. Like you said, we've been there. We know what it's like. It's quite kind of lumpy in the run in, and there's quite a steep climb on the finishing circuit. Is Sagan going to ride with his team? He put 2 riders up the last time. One was Gamper, and Gamper's now out. Will they sacrifice, you know, another couple of riders to bring it back? Then the Sunweb, of course. I really think that this finishing loop suits Sunweb and Michael Matthews. He seems to be getting a little bit better. He's getting up there in the sprints. He can climb very well. And then as UAE with Ulysses with this steep climb, you know, there could be some attacks on the climb. Okay, the top of the climb to the finish is about 10 kilometres, but it's still up and down, still very difficult. So there were a lot of teams discussing what should they do. Other teams talking to each other. So it's with interest what's going to happen next. And while this has been debated in the peloton, the 6 riders in front are getting closer and closer to you know, the finishing line and gaining a larger amount of time today.
Well, the wind is still blowing ever so slightly. It was when we could see it. We're hearing actually that it is what's known as a solar storm, according to our producers, going on at the moment. Maybe affecting some of the images we get back. Could affect the satellites. Out on the sea though, things are pretty calm despite the wind. Hello again everybody. It is stage 8 of the Giro d'Italia today, entirely on roads in Puglia, in Apulia, as it's known in English, down in the southeast of Italy. Starting in Giovinazzo, place where we started after we'd returned from Ireland in 2014, following the stages in Belfast and Dublin. That day I think we finished in Bari, and it was a particularly nasty day with the rain at the end. There were crashes all over the place, and the roads were very slippy. Thankfully, here in 2020, things are nice and dry. The wind's blowing a little bit, but not quite as strong as yesterday. And it's a sort of a cross headwind at the moment. Almost 9 minutes now for a breakaway of 6 riders are up the road. And we're told that there's something called a solar storm happening at the minute, interfering a little bit with the satellite signals. So we're seeing some good images earlier today of the seaside. So we need to set the commentary booth up there. We could be socially distanced on the beach, can't we, Brian? Get a little screen between us and lie back. Headset on.
I get a little bit bored.
You're not a beach man?
No, I don't mind the beach and doing something, but I just don't like just lying about in the sun.
Well, we'd be lying about watching the telly and commentating. Something
it's very difficult to watch. Have you tried to watch on an iPad or something like that on the beach with the sun coming down? It's very difficult.
I'll give it a try. It sounds like hard work. Right then, we've heard about the problems with Simon Yates. Let's hear from the Giro director, Mauro Vegni. Well, with Mauro Vegni, and after the news that Simon Yates was positive for COVID-19, tell us what you think about the situation. Did you speak to Mitchelton Scott? Well, look, nobody can consider themselves safe or exempt from this problem. Nobody's immune from coronavirus or its issues yet. It's crucial to have tests and to be able to get the results very quickly, and that can avoid spreading the virus. It's good that we've got that screening capability here at the Giro d'Italia. It's a shame because we lose another favourite, another of the main protagonists, and I'm upset about that. We'll have all the teams tested between tomorrow and Monday, where we'll have the results on the rest day. We actually tested all of the Mitchelton's team last night. This morning we got the results and they're all negative. Apart from Simon Yates, of course, and that might have been an issue for a few days. As soon as we were asked to check on him, we tested him and he was positive. The most important thing is to test all the riders and to avoid spreading the virus to other people. Well, that was Mauro Vegni there, as we are looking at Vieste, where we'll finish a little later on today. But Mauro Vegni obviously on top of the issue, and I have to say, again, well done to the Giro d'Italia for providing those tests. We know the public health situation, and it's not always easy to get tests everywhere. But for something like this to continue, if that problem had arisen, and of course, thankfully it didn't arise with any riders at the Tour de France, but with a rider, it's risen here, and we hope that they've managed to nip it in the bud. So the Giro d'Italia on the way from Giovinazzo to Vieste, and in Vieste they'll finish with Puglia and all of its delights. And we're back. I'm going to have to look up what a solar storm is, but it's finished, thankfully. I'm sure there is somebody in the know out there watching on. Remember, at Bryce Smithy, at Rob Hatch TV. But we're back with the breakaway and with Simone Ravanelli. And Brian, they've done it again. Androni Giocattoli in the breakaway at every single one of the road stages so far at this Giro d'Italia. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised, but it's brilliant.
It is. And you have to look at, you know, some of the other teams that haven't been represented, Bardiani. And I think, you know, it's just testament to the, you know, them wanting to get there in the first place. I don't think it was overly difficult today, but for sure, I think I said it yesterday, it was an opportunity for riders to kind of double up instead of, you know, one rider trying to get in the breakaway, having two riders in the breakaway. In Israel, Startup Nation are one of the teams that have decided to do that. So it looks like Dowsett and Brendley have had their porridge this morning.
I was just logging on to social media this morning. Not always the most pleasant part of the day. But this morning gave me a very nice smile because our own Conor Dunn, who we heard yesterday, and who we're going to hear from during this Giro d'Italia, it was nice to hear him make his commentary debut yesterday, wasn't it? And he was tweeting to say that it was the World Porridge Day. And as a Scot, you must be proud of that. Come on.
Yeah, I have my oats every morning. My porridge. Also, today is Hug a Drummer Day.
A what?
Hug a Drummer Day is celebrated all around the world in order to pay tribute to show appreciation for the drummers in bands, because drummers sit at the very back of the stage during performances and it is often felt.
Also, are you a drummer or a frontman?
I was just, you know, watching, man, more than anything. World Mental Health Day, World Homeless Day, Handbag Day, Cake Decorating Day, I Love Yarn Day, and it's the Hispanic Heritage Month starting as well. So quite a few things to celebrate. What are you celebrating today? I've had my porridge. Is it a yarn? Is it handbags? What are you celebrating today?
Well, there are some more rather serious issues in there, of course. I know you're on top of your diary of the non-serious issues. And all drummers are going to kill me now, but I like World Drummer Day. Find your local Stuart Copeland and hug him. Substitute that for whichever was the drummer in your favourite band, I guess, but I like mine with headbands and good sunglasses. Keeping the beat in time is Elio Kessa. peloton's own drummer today. 9 minutes. And we're not too far away now from our sprint. Just over 10 kilometers to go, in fact, until we get to the intermediate sprint. Comes at, well, 110 kilometers to go. We're 122 from the finish line now. To Manfredonia. After Manfredonia, it's Monte Sant'Angelo. Oh, I don't know about you, Brian, but you've provoked a reaction here. My phone just lit up. It's a national album day as well, says our good colleague and journalist John McCleary. Don't know which is your favourite. I don't think I could pick a favourite album, actually.
Yeah, I think I could. Simple Minds, New Gold Dream.
Not the Proclaimers, then. You were saying they were your favourite band before.
Yeah,
you might have been playing up a little bit.
I was playing up a little bit to the, yeah, typical Scot. But yeah, favourite band of mine, Simple Minds. Got to see them in, I think it was way back in 1986 in Glasgow. Yeah.
Alive and kicking?
I still am, yeah.
Are you? That was the soundtrack to the best football programme I've ever watched, actually.
Don't you forget about me.
Oh, well, how could I forget about you? They might be in danger of forgetting about the breakaway here. 9 minutes. Raffanelli, Roskopf, Brendley, Dowsett, Holmes and Puccio. There's Vincenzo Nibali, another good day for him. And here comes the pink jersey. And being brought to the front. We know there's a little bit of wind around today. Not blowing as strong as yesterday. Is it the right direction today? It's a little bit more of a headwind, isn't it? Head crosswind today, Brian.
A little bit, and that's why it's been brought up, just because it is a little bit exposed. But do you see that Arashiro, as soon as the pink jersey team comes up, all en masse, they relinquish the wheel of Elio Kaiser and let the team in, because it's one of those unwritten rules. It's their right to ride at the front as the you know, the leader in the team. So Bahrain will just let them sit on the wheel of Elio Kaiser. It's just a more safety issue, and we talked about that the whole time. And remember a couple of days ago when he had radio problems, Almeida that is, and stopped and still got hit by one rider, Brandon McNulty. But yeah, just they've been told, they've sat at the back. They've showed everybody that they're not prepared to ride. The best placed is, you know, over 34 minutes down, and that's Puccio on the breakaway of 6. So they put Kaiser up. No one else decided to come up. So the team have come up just more for kind of safety reasons more than anything else.
Our schools are back. COVID crisis. And that's why that place that should be full now is empty, unfortunately. It's a rather strange Giro this year, but it's cooking up to be a great watch. Just under 120 Ks to go. Now you're talking. Moyin Islam never fails to provide us with nuggets of interest. One of the regular viewers on Eurosport and the GCN says Julien Alaphilippe is a drummer. You knew that there had to be something brilliantly more entertaining about his character, as if it wasn't entertaining enough. That's made my day knowing that. I want to see him play the drums now.
What about from your part of the world, the Hollies, Bobby Elliott?
Didn't even know they were from my part of the world. How embarrassing is that? Sorry, guys. This is the flattest part of the Giro we've had so far, really. Yesterday was exposed and fairly flat. We're going right up the coastline here. Not too far inland, you've got olive groves in Puglia. And the entire De Koning Quick-Step team has moved to the front just because the wind's blowing and it's getting exposed. Plus, we're coming up towards the intermediate sprint point, and we know there might be a little bit of a rumbling of action. There are 6 riders up the road, though, to take most of the points out the way. The only points in the Maglia Ciclamino classification left are 2 and 1, Brian. Are they going to bother fighting it out for them?
Oh, do you remember stage 2 when Viviani crashed? You know, I think they will.
But the differences were also less then.
Yeah, of course, you have to keep on chipping away, and I think they will. Demar, Sagan, you know, even Viviani, he was up there in the sprint yesterday. But yeah, you have to keep on chipping away. You don't know what's round the corner.
And just see the way that they're riding, the angle with which they're riding across the road shows that the wind is blowing a little. Again, they're not stretched right across the road. It is more of a cross headwind rather than a straight crosswind. Is it going to be breakaway or peloton today? Lot of time for that balance to change, and we saw the other day it can change rather quickly too. But it needs a team to be interested. It needs a team to have the will and the resources to ride.
I do really think there's a different kettle of fish with the firepower that's in this breakaway of 6. Nothing against the riders in the breakaway the other day, the Italian teams, but today's got serious firepower in the breakaway, and if they just ride out there at 9-10 minutes, who knows, they could go the whole way, but it's going to be a difficult ride in towards the finish for them.
Here's you reminding us that National Hugger-Drummer Day might not be a good idea because of social distancing. Good point, actually.
Nothing wrong with virtual hugs.
160 metres to go. Well, virtual ones, you can give an emoji. Virtual emoji Hugger-Drummer Day, how about that? Starting in Giovinazzo anyway today, on our way to Vieste. And as you can tell, things are pretty quiet right now. We've got 9 minutes, 16 seconds of a gap between those up the road and those chasing on in the breakaway. Peloton being led by De Koning Quick-Step because nobody is choosing to commit their resources yet. Is that because they don't think it's worth it, Brian? Is that because they're still playing a game of poker with each other?
It's definitely worth it. It's for a stage, so it's definitely worth it. It's they're still playing poker with the other teams. Bora came up a couple of days ago with Gamper and Benedetti, brought the gap right down. Different kettle of fish with 6 strong riders in this breakaway. It'll be a little bit more difficult to bring these back as quickly, and they know that, so they'll have to add at least 2 or 3, maybe 4 riders to the chase, and I don't think Bora Hansgrohe want to do that. And then there's Demar's Troops Groupama, already 3 stage wins. Do they, that was a difficult day for everybody yesterday, tired legs. Do they want to shake it up a little bit? They should if he wants to win another stage, but I think it's just a tricky final that it kind of opens the door to attacks. Very difficult to control on this circuit. So who else is there? You think, Cofidis, Viviani, but he hasn't been firing at all. UAE, Ulisse towards the end, Gaviria. I think it's just a case of sit and wait, and this could go on for a considerable amount of time.
Let's get the view from the peloton. Here's Jos van Emden.
Jos van Emden, many crashes yesterday in the peloton. Can you tell us more about safety for the rider? I read some of your tweet. So what do you think should change to make safety better for the riders?
Well, there are lots of things that can change, in my opinion, easily to make the race safer. I think a month or 2 ago I read an article in a Dutch newspaper with 10 points to make the races safer. And one of the most important points is that they should do something about the banners that say how many kilometers to go to the finish. I understand that there's a sponsor behind and that there's money involved. But the way they do it now, it's just, it makes the race so dangerous. Like yesterday, the crash at 45 kilometers to go was that shouldn't be there. That narrows the road. We go 60 kilometers an hour with backwind, and it's nervous. So yeah, you all get to squeeze into a road that's 2 meters less wide left, 2 meters less wide right. And that's so easy to solve. Just put the banners next to the road. Well, let's say if it's not possible to cross the road on a normal way, they should go away, or they do only up and not crossing the road. So that really pisses me off, because 3 guys now are need to go home because they broke their wrist. For what? For no reason. And I don't hear anything from the UCI, from the CPA, nothing. And this is one of the things that can be changed today. So I feel that I have to keep noticing this and keep mentioning this, because nobody wants that guys go home this way.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Well, apologies for any of you who didn't like the language there, but you can understand the passion, frustration and anger from Jos van Emden, and it's something that I know some of you will be fed up of us talking about, but I also think that we need to keep mentioning it until something is done. And there, once more, another mention of the CPA there from Jos van Emden. As the days pass by and as these incidents rack up, Brian, I could only see this going one way. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it's going, I can only see this going in the way of a breakaway union. And if the UCI don't want to lose complete control of their workforce, if you like, their entertainers, they really need to start understanding these cries for help. And Jos van Emden wasn't coming out all guns blazing there. He wasn't just being aggressive and, you know, not thinking about where the issue's coming from. He said, look, I recognise that there's money involved. I know that sponsors need to be represented and shown off at these banners. And that's why we have these banners. I mean, on the telly, we know that there's 45Ks to go because we see the graphic. But the sponsors pay to have their name up in lights. They get that, but surely there's a way of doing it that doesn't cause that little, you know, the road to be narrowed by, what is it, 1.5 to 2 meters in an area where the riders don't really expect that, and they're fighting for all of that position. It's something that's pretty simple to solve, isn't it, Brian?
It seems to be a reaction to something happening. We've had 6 previous stages with the same banners on the roads, same width apart, you know, squeezing everybody in. It just so happened that, you know, it happened at an opportunistic moment, and, you know, we had a massive crash. So it has been happening. What we do need is, and we talked about it before, we see a nice heron here, is we have to have maybe new eyes look at this, because this has been going on for since as long as I remember, and the race organisers are doing exactly the same. So I think you need to either take a step back or we talked about, you know, an independent coming in, a fresh pair of eyes to look at these are potential dangers and sorting our sport out, and we don't have that. We seem to be reacting to incidents that are happening. We could have gone on the whole Giro d'Italia without that happening, but it's because they were travelling, there was nervousness, they were travelling fast, and it came in on that big wide route. You really expect it, and the warning is only, what, 20-25 metres before you start to see the barriers, and you rely on, you know, other riders to wave. And when it's so nervous, you don't want to take your hands off the bars, you're pushing and shoving, you're trying to stay where you are. So we seem to be reacting to things when we need a fresh pair of eyes to go through pretty much everything and tell us what we're doing wrong. And I think it needs maybe independence and maybe a few maybe ex-professionals or current professionals. We need to try and set something up to look at everything, because every race isn't uniform. It's set up differently. Everybody has different contracts with you know, banner companies and, you know, various other things. So I really do think that the UCI should conform everything. You know, these are the companies that you have to use if you've got a World Tour event, and these are the barrier systems and various other paraphernalia that you have to use. It has to be UCI approved, and to get that UCI improvement, you need to have maybe a couple of riders from within the peloton, a couple of ex-riders, and a couple of independents.
From the outside though, Brian, before we even get to that point, it's pretty simple in that the riders need to be able to exercise their power and get their voice across, and that comes before any consideration about contracts with companies and things like that. It's simple. The riders need a strong union, and they need to work together and voice their concerns through a proper spokesperson. Jos van Emden might be the man for the job there, because he spoke with passion, but also with intelligence of understanding where the problem might come from. He wasn't just, you know, having a go at the organiser and shouting off or mouthing off. He knew where the problem came from. But, I mean, one thing that actually blows my mind is that the union has to be approved by the UCI. Surely that is a conflict of interest. The union should be the union. The UCI, it's not for the UCI to choose who they speak to or not. The riders should be in charge of their own destiny, and surely should be in charge of their own voice.
I agree. And the chair of CPA is Gianni Bugno, who's actually working on the race for Rye. And we had the helicopter issue the other day. He's actually working, so it's, yeah, there's a lot of conflict of interest.
Well, let's park that for today, and we hope that things calm down and we don't have to have the same conversation again. But of course, backing the riders up, backing those entertainers up, keeping them as safe as possible, we'll do our best to help them voice their concerns each time they feel it's necessary. So 1.5 kilometres to go until the intermediate sprint in Manfredonia. On the seat, looks like a nice little town, Manfredonia. Never had the pleasure of being there. But Puglia is one of my favourite regions of Italy. You eat fantastically well, everything's so stunning, and we had a few good days down there, having a nice glass of wine or two, didn't we, with those burrata mozzarellas and things like that, and nice fish from the sea. The Gargano National Park, where we were for that stage in Peschici 3 years ago it is now, we had one of the best studio set locations I think we've ever had the pleasure of having in the Giro d'Italia, overlooking the bay, and it was a lovely sunny day when Gorka Izagirre won. I know that UAE Emirates and I was going to say Diego Lisi, but it was Valerio Conti, won't remember it well. He crashed uphill, didn't he, in the finale there. I'm hearing today, by the way, from our spies on the course, that it is a very, very difficult finale, and it is much harder than it looks on the profile. So we will have a look there. In terms of the intermediate sprint points here, there are 12 up for grabs just up the road at this banner. And as you can see from that graphic, nobody in the breakaway is troubling the scorers as far as the Maglia Ciclamino conversation is happening. I think the best place rider on 3 points there, with Arnaud Demar already on 161. So he's not going to be worried about this. These guys will ride through. A reminder on the Giro that there's the intermediate sprint classification, the combativity classification, that is all helped by progress at these intermediate sprints. So I'm certainly thinking that the rider from Antonio Giovinazzo will be interested in that, Simone Ravanelli. And let's see what happens around the corner here. But as soon as we finish the sprint, we go climbing more or less straight away, and it's a second category climb. We're going up into the hills straight ahead and climbing to Monte Sant'Angelo. A sprint to happen first, and I think as it looks, Antonio Giovinazzo's Ravanelli's going to be there. Let's have a look to see if anyone else is interested. For now, it's Matthew Holmes coming across. Holmes it is who will take the maximum points. Ravanelli in second place. Third place to Roscoe. Puccio there in fourth. And the two riders from Israel Startup Nation at the back there. But looking down at this breakaway, Brian, it is the two riders from Israel Startup Nation who have far and away the most experience and success in terms of career victories. They've got 30 career wins between them, those two.
Yeah, quality riders, and you can just see them. They're not getting involved with any sprints. They're saving their power. They know there's a huge opportunity. Both of them have done it before. Away back 2014 in the Tour of Britain. We talked about it at the top of the show, from Bath to Hemel Hempstead, where They let them have a good advantage, and then they started to chase, and they couldn't bring them back. Simple as that. And there was kind of panic in the peloton behind, and that could be exactly the same way. And I know that a lot of team directors will look at the breakaway makeup of Brenly, Dowsett, Roscoff, 3 big engines, Ravanelli, Holmes and Puccio. Then they'll think, we have to invest possibly 5 or 6 riders just as one team to bring these riders back. And I don't know if they want to do that.
So it's 10 minutes of a delay back to the peloton. They've just come through the feed zone. Long day today, remember, 200 kilometres. You need a good feeding on the way. So they're yet to approach the intermediate sprint. Right then, back to our microphones. To have a chat with the team that's been sitting nicely in second place there, Bahrain McLaren and the former Giro stage winner, Eros Capecchi.
Siamo qui adesso con Eros Capecchi.
Well, with Eros Capecchi, you're an experienced rider, but how did you see yesterday's stage with all the crashes? It's been some years that I've seen this type of crash, you know.
Ma sì, è qualche anno che vedo già queste scene. But
you know that in cycling, when we leave the start, we're ready for everything.
Siamo preparati a quasi tutto. Ovviamente non possiamo conoscere
we can't
metro per
know
metro,
every metre of the race, but we knew that there was a chance for an echelon, so that's it.
Crosswind e quindi niente.
We tried to ride at the front and protect our leader in order to avoid crashes. Unfortunately, crashes are always, every year, I think, a little bit more common in our sport. It causes tension because everybody wants to ride at the front, and that's it.
Tutti vogliono correre davanti e è così.
Come vedi la tappa di oggi.
And what about today's stage? 100 kilometres more almost than yesterday. And then there'll be a lot of curves to the finish. I know. I've already done this kind of stage in the previous years. Like you said, the first part's quite flat. And then it becomes more dangerous because there's lots of turns. It'll be nervous. But I think we'll see, and we'll have to see which team takes responsibility to lead the race and which team's going to chase the breakaway. Nice to hear Bernard Eisel there in conversation with Eros Capecchi. Bernie's our multilingual man on the ground. He talked to everyone in their native languages. Highly impressive. Eros Capecchi is such an experienced rider, and I think I mentioned this on the first day or two actually, but a reminder that our colleague Dan Lloyd found this stat somewhere that Eros Capecchi had managed to set up more stage wins than any other domestique in this peloton at the Giro d'Italia. And if you watch the football, and maybe you're new to watching the cycling, it's a bit like the number of assists you get. 20 stages he'd ridden as a domestique where his teammate had won a stage, and that's quite impressive for a man maybe who's been here, what, in the peloton at the Giro for 10 years or so. I think he's done 11 or 12 Giri now, Capecchi, and well, it's almost 2 stage wins every time he rides for a teammate.
I think the man at the front as well has to be right up there in these rankings, Elio Kaiser, for the amount of work he puts in, and he's had some good success at the Giro d'Italia. So I think Elio Kaiser's, it'll be interesting to see. I really don't even know if this is calculated. I know time in the breakaway is calculated, but I'd love to see a rider riding on the front, how many kilometres he does actually riding on the front.
Well, not that technology's going.
Not that I want to add any more competitions to the many that we've got already.
But the way technology's going, we saw it actually at the Tour de France. I know that the people who were recording all the data at the Tour de France were able to put these stats together. And we had a percentage of who'd ridden the most on the front. And I know that some of the results were actually quite surprising. I know that Lucas Pustelberg was right up there until he had to retire from the race. Remember, he swallowed an insect, didn't he? He was bitten by an insect or something and had a very nasty reaction to it. Thankfully, he's back on his bike, by the way, and he's out there up in Belgium at the moment. I think he's going to ride Kent Wevelgem this weekend. as we look at the Manfredonia Castle, and that looks like a rather spectacular structure. Already been through Barletta today and Margherita di Savoia, which are spectacular sights. But once we leave Manfredonia, we head into the National Park, and the National Park of Gargano. We talked about our colleague Bernie Eisel a moment ago. He's been making me jealous already, Brian, sending me pictures of the drive along, and there's some lovely looking bays and things like that. The sea's beautifully blue, sun out. Might be a beach day today. It's nice and warm down there. These guys, well, they might get a sunset beer on the beach if they can pull off a win. There's Salvatore Puccio, again with the freedom to have a go. Different team this year, the Ineos Grenadiers, in the Grand Tours. They do still have Theo Geoghegan-Hart at the front, and I know that from speaking to the team yesterday, they're still looking after him. They're still keeping him as safe as possible, just in case. There is a little bit of support for him there, with the added option of going up and trying to take stage wins. And remind you that the British team has taken 2 already through their Italian rider. That's Filippo Ganna. And back into the centre of Manfredonia. This is the church of San Lorenzo Majorano. There since the 1270s. Apparently San Lorenzo is the patron saint of the city. Look at the colour up there. Doesn't disappoint over 3 weeks, does it, the Giro? Here come Arnaud Démare. And you're right, Brian, he's going to chip away, he's going to try and add to his points total. .61 lead, or sorry, 161 points. He had a very big lead, actually, going into today. He had 40 points yesterday before he'd even taken the stage. The points classification, Démare leading already by, what is it, 55 points now. Peter Sagan in second on 106. Michael Matthews is third. Almost 80 points behind already, however. Puccio will be hoping for a better day today.
I think so. He's got a great opportunity. I think the director should be maybe looking at the sprints as well now. If you're listening, you get Groupama now leading. Who else? You see Bora up there as well. So it seems to be just the battle between Sagan and Arnaud Démare.
10 minutes. It was 10.5 minutes, so you can see that the pace is up behind. And here we go. Here's that lead out working. This is Kilian Franchini at the front. I know that Raman Sinkeldam will be up there. Jacopo Guarnieri as well. It's an excellent work done by the Australian Miles Scottson in the last few days. Guglielmi. It's been such a versatile train. It all seems that they can swap and do different jobs at all the right time. And here they go again. Conor Volovas, former Giro stage winner, has been doing a good job as well, hasn't he? But we're looking at Démare here, who is in the third wheel, and he's wearing the purple jersey. Just to the right of the picture is Peter Sagan. He's following in the black and green. Remember, it's Démare in the purple here who leads by 55 points at the moment. Only 2 and 1 points available at this sprint, and it is going to be Démare who extends his lead by another point. 56 points over Sagan now, and I guess they all count come Milan.
They do, and Sagan, I think he was just looking for that single point and making sure that, you know, he didn't lose 2 points there. He only lost the 1 point. You could see that he wasn't riding flat out because, dare I say it, there is an opportunity for Sagan. We see it again. He's not really going kind of flat out. He's sprinting on the tops. You can see Démare is, you know, on the drops, the bottom of the bar. Sagan just on top of the bar. So he just makes sure that he gets that 1 point. But Yeah, dare I say it, that you know, this finishing circuit, quite difficult, could suit the likes of Sagan, but is he going to, they're down to 7 riders, they've got a couple of riders up there in general classification. I know that Micah helped out the other day, but are they going to ride? And I would think that, I don't think that the time to ride on the climb, it would be after the climb, would be the opportunity if they were to start to ride, but for the time being, nobody's riding at the front.
I also think that, from what I'm hearing, they're not easy roads to chase on. I think this is a good day for attackers. Maybe from the breakaway, maybe from behind, but 10 minutes now, 100 kilometers to go, not simple roads, and how much firepower is there behind? We know that tomorrow we have a mountain stage coming up as well. That might be in the back of the mind of some of the general classification contenders. Last day before the first rest day. Last day before we all have to cross our fingers and hope that all the corona tests come back negative as well. And certainly what's happened in the last 24 hours. We know that there is a batch of testing going on between now and the end of tomorrow. We'll get all the results back on the rest day, rather like we had at the Tour de France. So Groupama FDJ go back to the bunch. Peter Sagan picks up another point on everybody else, if you want to look at it that way as well. Because we know about the Giro d'Italia, we know about the mountains and how difficult it is. Not everybody reaches the finish in the Grand Tour. And if you're still in second, you're always still in with a chance. Michael Matthews found that out, didn't he, in the Tour de France a few years ago, when it looked as though he wasn't really going to get near in the points classification. He ended up winning the green jersey. Puccio still looking for his first professional win on his own. Winner of a team time trial with Sky. It was Ischia, wasn't it, where they had the team time trial, the island of Ischia? It was the 2013 Giro. Pink jersey on the first day. Behind him, Alex Dowsett, who takes the opportunity to have a look around. Might be one of the few chances he gets now from now until the finish. Behind him, Brenle, a rider from Austria. 16 wins, he's the rider with the most wins in the big breakaway, followed by his teammate Dowsett, who is a Giro d'Italia stage winner, let's not forget though. The only man in the breakaway to have won a Giro stage. Puccio, no wins as a pro, but of course has been a part of some fantastic rides. And a Giro winning team with Chris Froome, let's not forget. And Ravanelli is the only man who's never taken a professional win before as well in that group. Roscoe with 4 victories. And Holmes, well, he was a winner on Willunga Hill, wasn't he? At the start of the year at the Tour Down Under. We're on the hardest, longest climb of the day. It's the Monte Sant'Angelo climb. It's just under 10 kilometers long. A second category climb, so big points available in the King of the Mountains classification. It gives you an average gradient of 6.2%, but it's the first 5 or 6 kilometers that are the hardest here. The first 2 kilometers go up at around 7.5%. The good news is, once you've got this bit out the way, it gets a little easier gradually as you get to the top. But this is the only type of climb like this on the course today. Doesn't mean that the rest of the course is easy, though. In some ways, Brian, it's harder because it's narrow roads, a lot of left and right, up and down, short, steep gradients, sort of sinuous roads that are perfect for strong legs and attacks.
And after yesterday, you talk about strong legs, there'll be a lot of tired legs here, so, you know, we could see some gaps in this circuit. And I think this is what's stopping teams coming up, because although they can't kind of really see it from the routes, but I think a lot of people know what this course is, this lap is towards the end. The information will be coming back, and it's not a nailed-on sprint at all. So, you know, who's going to come to the front, who's going to start riding? You know, it's still, I can't see anybody riding on this climb at all. I think it'll be after this climb, and how much advantage will the breakaway get. It looks as if the breakaway are just riding very steadily up this climb. I think it'll hold at 10 minutes because they know They don't want to kind of tire their legs out. You can see them. They just stay together. Just keep the gears down. Just ride up this climb. No attacking, no nothing. Get over the top with the 10 minutes advantage, and then we push on down the other side.
Well, if Groupama do want to try and chase things today and make it a day for Arnaud Démare, well, they can sort of make history. It's been a long, long time, hasn't it, since somebody won 3 stages back-to-back in the Giro d'Italia. 40 years, according to Killian Kelly, our own resident statistician, our GCN statistician. No rider since Beppe Saronni in 1980 has won 3 consecutive stages of the Giro d'Italia. We know that it might be difficult for sprinters at the end today, but if Groupama can bring the break back, not an easy thing to do given the terrain to come, they can give an opportunity for Arnaud Démare to show off how good he is. But again, the more I hear reports about this parcours, the more I start to doubt as to whether we can have a sprint today.
When we come onto the circuit, it's about 10 kilometres to go. The climb tops out, but it's 900 metres at 9.3%. It's harder than the other day when Démare, we thought it might have been a little bit too hard for him. He surprised. There was a climb 2.7 to go. If you remember Bernie telling us about it, it's quite a hard climb, and Démare came back with the help of Astana and won a great stage, but it's harder than that. So it suits the likes of the the punchier riders. Suits the likes of Elise would go well, and that type, but still a long way to go to the finish. 10 kilometres, but it's enough to split the peloton. I think everybody will know that this is a very difficult run in, and as you said, kind of narrow roads up and down the whole time. Who is going to take it on? And when we go through the teams, especially after yesterday, it was tough. Movistar won the last time we were here. Could they possibly, win this year?
Well, they're the longest, they're on the longest drought of all teams here. The 1st of February was the last time they won a race, and that was their only race of the year. And as much as I love the area, and it's down the road from me, the races in Mallorca are a bit like pre-season friendlies, aren't they? Yes, they count in the stats, but they're not the sort of races you target at the start of the season, are they? And that win from Marc Soler is the only victory picked up by Movistar this year. It's been a poor season by their standards, hasn't it?
There's 2 riders in that team that I thought, right, if they're not looking at the overall, there's 2 riders there that I thought this is a good day for them. One of them being Cataldo, and the other one being Villela.
Villela, yeah.
This would have been
what a gifted rider he is, and another rider really never to realise his full potential, I feel.
2 riders that I thought, great opportunity here, getting the breakaway, especially when you get 2 from one team. A lot of teams just deciding that maybe today they don't want to get in the breakaway. Maybe they're thinking of bigger plans, but big opportunity there for a couple of 2 motors within the Movistar team. But they might have been told, no, nobody in the breakaway today. We don't know that.
Well, one thing they might have as well in the back of their mind, they still have their young rider Antonio Pedrero, who has finally got an opportunity to lead a team after working so hard. In 15th place in the GT, he's at 1 minute and 56, Brian, and tomorrow for the GC teams is a big day, isn't it? It's the next mountain stage. So maybe that's in the back of a few riders' mind. Let's go and hear now from Bora Hansgrohe. What plans do they have today? Here's their Polish star, Maciej Bodnar.
Maciej Bodnar è uno degli uomini di fiducia di Peter Sagan.
Well, we're here with one of Peter Sagan's top men. This is Maciej Bodnar. It feels weird to see Peter not winning since last year. How's he doing? Is he in good spirits? Yeah, the spirits are good in the team. We'll keep trying, but we're missing out on the victory for the moment. We really want to earn it. We've been finishing 3 times second, and Patrick Conrad's finished second too. So we're still here, we're still fighting. And of course, we hope to finally make it, but Arnaud Démare is very strong and he keeps winning. Well, you've got Rafael Majka in the GC as well, so it makes maybe the teamwork a little more complicated to get the sprint for Peter, doesn't it?
Certo, per la volata non è che siamo tanti.
But of course, there are not that many teams here for the sprint. I'm trying to be there for him, but I'm not a sprinter to support him until the last 300 meters, obviously. You know, Peter, we need to pull him there and drop him off. Maybe at least one or two riders could help him until he does his thing. Then the sprint is obviously his thing. We're trying, but like you said, it's not only him. We have Rafael Majka as well. We have Patrick Conrad as well. He's in the top 10. So we need to think about the GC too, and we can't take responsibility every day.
Questo dobbiamo guardare, quindi non è che possiamo prendere responsabilità ogni giorno.
So, on that point, if there's a breakaway, will it be your job to control or not?
Oggi cosa ti posso dire?
Well, we'll see how it goes today.
Come procede? Abbiamo
the first 90 kilometers are, well, a lot of people could get up the road because it's flat. Let's see who takes part in the break. But it's not fair that our team has to control every day and we just let the other teams then win. It feels normal that other teams have to work as well. So we've got two guys in GC and also Peter, and yeah, it's like that. That was an interesting point of view from Mathieu Bodnar there, as we have a look at Peter Sagan at the back of the bunch here, just making his way up the climb. No rush, no problems. You mentioned this, though. You hinted at this, I think, earlier on, Brian, and this could be a bit of a political thing going on here. Bora Hansgrohe have done a lot of work, and they obviously feel, listening to Bodnar, they're quite aggrieved that they have been the ones doing the work for other teams then to beat them at the line. So maybe today might be sacrificing an opportunity for a victory to remind other teams that they have to work as well. Teach them a lesson.
Yeah, that happens quite a lot, and the fact that we've got another GC day tomorrow with Conrad and then Majka, so I think it's a case of tired legs after yesterday. Look after them today, make sure they've got an opportunity for tomorrow's quite kind of lumpy stage. This man here, Arnaud Démare, already won 3 stages, and they haven't done a lot of work, but not on the front, but they still have done a lot of work, and especially yesterday, delivering the sprint and looking after Arnaud Démare. It's not easy to do that. And then we look down, who else is going to come up? When you've got a GC contender the day before a big kind of mountain stage like tomorrow, then you look after him, and the intelligent riders that what are the teams that want to try and win the stage, this was the perfect stage for them. You look at Sunweb, this finishing circuit would suit Michael Matthews. He's getting closer now, and but they've got Kelderman to look after. We noticed the other day that the day that Bora came up and brought the break back, well, Sunweb, they never did anything, but Kelderman had a couple of punctures that day, and they have to do their work to bring him back, and it's never easy. But for the moment, I can't see where the chase is going to come from. We might be surprised, but all the time, this breakaway of 6 riders holding 10 minutes, and I think they will hold about 10 minutes all the way up this climb, and then they start pushing on. And when you get the likes of Brenly, Dowsett and Roscoff riding kind of full tilt and away in towards the finish, they're going to be hard to be brought back.
Haven't talked too much about Roscoff yet, but he's a man from Decatur in the United States, 31 now. And as I said, he had some pretty good results. He was very promising at the start of his career. Remember, he calling races in the United States as he knows he's just been spotted. Hold on. The history that helicopter's got this week. Don't want to be sitting too far to the edge of that rock, do you? But Jerry Roscoff's in the orange there. He's just taken his position at the front. You talked about holding time, Brian. They're actually pulling time out. Another 20 seconds since the start of that climb, so 10:22 now. But Roscoff at the start of his career had some good GC results. He was up there in the US Pro Challenge, which is basically the Tour of Colorado, isn't it? We've seen him in the Tour of Utah as well, a couple of years down the line. He's twice been a national champion in the time trial. And it was at the BMC Racing team where he turned pro after that result in Colorado, when he was back riding for the Hincapie development team. Yet to really see him realise his potential, I feel. Knows the Giro d'Italia already. He's been here 3 times. experienced enough, but again, with a lot of these riders, we don't necessarily realise how good they are, Brian, until they get the freedom and opportunity to chase their own dreams.
It's exactly that, and I think, you know, what we saw already in the Giro was with Ineos, with Ghana, on that hilly stage. Okay, it wasn't as hard a climb as, you know, first expected, but you still have to, you know, get his 82 kilos up over that climb to take that win. If you looked at the route, I know he can climb a little bit, but there's, you know, a lot better climbers in this race than Ghana. Saying that, he is the king of the mountains at the moment, but we wouldn't have saw that performance if Geraint Thomas would have been in the race. So I think, given the opportunity, a lot of these riders are surprising us and showing us what they can really do. When you look at Kaiser here riding in the front, you know, if he was given his opportunity every day, what could he do? So, but, you know, each to their own. They have their jobs to do, and they enjoy doing their jobs. Kaiser likes doing this. You know, he likes being the, you know, the rider at the front, giving his experience to the younger riders, and you can see this team just growing from strength to strength. And when we look at yesterday, when we hear from Mitchelton Scott about, you know, their injuries, their woes, and then you look at Deconi Quickstep, I'm not wishing, you know, any kind of bad luck by saying this, but they got through that pretty much unscathed yesterday by riding on the front. And when you do that, you know, the confidence rises. I don't think they did anything wrong. The only person missing from the front earlier on in the day was Peter Seri, but everybody was there. The pink jersey had really kind of no problems. At one stage he got kind of stuck behind a little bit of a crash, but no problems whatsoever for Deconi Quickstep and a very, very difficult day.
And we saw all hands to the pump throughout the race, didn't we? We saw that wonderful moment towards the end where James Knox did that job that we don't really expect him to have to do, where he was fighting on the front of the bunch and he's desperately trying to bring the pink jersey up there. And it just showed it doesn't matter what you're supposed to be as a rider, you just have to chip in and do whatever you can. Here's Pozzovivo and Meintjes towards the front, keeping safe. Meintjes looking after Pozzovivo, Campanarts as well. And it's fairly relaxed towards the back. Stefan Rossetto alongside Rudy Barbier, and if Rudy Barbier is still in the peloton, then the rhythm can't be too heavy, can it? And I mean that with all the respect, but he is one of the thicker leg sprinters and usually the first to be dropped in this Giro.
Yeah, he is, and I think looking at this, he would be hoping, well, I'll go over this climb, I'll make it into the finish okay. You look at that, a lot of the riders that, you know, starting to suffer, starting to look at, you know, where their goals are, and they'll look at the routes that are still to come, and they'll pick off places that if I can go over there, I'll get to the finish okay, and, you know, well within the time limit.
Manuele Boiro moving across to the side where his teammates are. And just unzipping that turquoise skin suit at the top. Nice warm day. There's Arashiro on the right hand side. Lovely little climb this. The view's over. We've already seen a couple of riders from the breakaway having a look over towards the sea. It's a beautiful part of the world, and I have to say, before we came here with the Giro d'Italia, I didn't know too much about the Gargano National Park, but I'd certainly like to go back on my holidays.
Yeah, it's one of those climbs, isn't it, that you know, the race is panning out, the breakaway and the peloton are very relaxed, and it's a climb, as you say, just less than 10 kilometres, just over 6% on average. Nice roads, you know, winding its way up to the town at the top, and yeah, it looks like everybody's enjoying themselves today.
I think a lot of the riders would like to come back to Puglia as well and taste the cuisine. Typical orecchiette pasta, the fish. We mentioned burrata yesterday, didn't we? That mozzarella, the sort of stuff that's a bit more spreadable, if you like. Most of the sort of stuff that these guys won't be allowed to eat while they're here. Salento wine, I know you're into that, Brian. A lot of olive oil. And for those of you who've watched for a few years, in fact, the stage that we had before we came to Peschici last time was the stage that finished in Alberobello. Do you remember that place with all the little conical formations, the trulli?
I was trying to remember that place yesterday in comms. I found out afterwards that was when we saw Matera, and I said, you know, there's some wonderful towns and villages around this area. That was one of them. That was you know, absolutely stunning.
How much longer do we see this before we decide that the breakaway have got this stage? Because it's in the balance now, and you're getting to the point here where unless somebody starts to ride soon, 6 strong riders, you have to say that the breakaway has a chance or a probability of contesting the stage.
Big chance today, and you know, now with 100 kilometres to go for the peloton, 95.8 for the breakaway. Nobody's going to ride on the climb. The descent, it's just play safe, get down the descent, and then we'll see when we get off the climb, you know, what the gap will be. And I still think that the gap will still be around about 10 minutes. So who wants to invest in the last, you know, 80 odd kilometres and quite lumpy terrain? They will have to invest 4 or 5 riders from the team to bring these riders back, because there's a lot of strength in this front group, a lot of you know, big horsepower. So it does look as if the breakaway have got a huge opportunity, but who's it going to be? You know, the other day there when Ghana and Puccio got themselves in the breakaway, we thought, or we were told that Puccio is the rider that is favoured and Ghana would do a little bit more work, but and then he fell away towards the end. So having 2 riders in the breakaway, Brendley and Dowsett, have got a huge opportunity of taking the first stage here for Israel Startup Nation.
Yeah, as we mentioned the other day, they have not won a Giro stage. They've not won a Grand Tour stage in their existence, even though we know that that's been just a couple of years now. They've been coming to the Giro. They've been going to Grand Tour since 2018, haven't they, when we had the Israeli start of the Giro d'Italia. And we know that they're having a strong team next year. It's going to be a more experienced team. Lots of wins already, and I guess the question mark will hang over whether they've signed riders a little too late in their career to perform as they once did. But there's certainly some firepower in that squad for next year, with big names headed by Chris Froome, but also supplemented by the likes of De Marchi and company like that. There's some top riders going there.
Yeah, definitely strengthening the team, but you know, it's a difficult one. I've built a few teams myself, and you know, I like to go with a bit of experience, but give people the opportunity of stepping into that role. But we do have a kind of tradition when you look at bringing on riders, of looking back on what they've done in the past rather than thinking what they can do in the future.
"95 kilometres to go. At the moment, it's looking good for the breakaway. Nobody deciding to ride behind. 6 very strong riders at the front. An opportunity for 2 of those riders to take victory number 1 in their careers. Ravanelli, the young Italian in the red and white, and Puccio, one of the more experienced riders in this peloton. 13 Grand Tours to his name. Very experienced, very valued domestique. He's there for the Ineos Grenadiers and is looking to take his maiden victory of a career that's been a pretty good one, supporting winners so far. He's won the Giro with Chris Froome, but he's yet to take his own victory. And here we go. Rudy Barbier is being dropped.
You've cursed him, Rob.
Now.
You've cursed him.
Sorry,
You shouldn't have said anything. He was doing fine until you opened your mouth.
The curse of the commentator, dearie me. We're getting to the top of the climb. Less than a kilometre to go now for these guys. The climb comes at Sant'Angelo, Monte Sant'Angelo. Descent after that, and really tricky roads. 18 points available at the top. Filippo Ganna is in the blue jersey at the minute. 1 point of a lead. But look at that. Nobody threatening in this particular point. 500 meters. Only Puccio has any points. So unless there's something very strange that happens at the final climb, it means that Filippo Ganna should be set for another day in the blue jersey tomorrow. But of course tomorrow we have an uphill finish, don't we, at Roccaraso. Go to Abruzzo. Let's see who is willing to take the points here. 18 available for the first to cross the line. It's Rosskopf, the American. Now Holmes, the British rider. And on his wheel there in the blue and white, you can just see Brendley. And it's Ravanelli. This is Dowsett. And at the back, Puccio. And they're applauded towards the line. This is the easiest part of the climb, by the way. The least gradient right at the top. And the descent looks more or less the same sort of gradients, minus gradients, obviously, as the climb up there. So they'll be descending for just over 10 kilometers. And then the tricky terrain begins. So here we go for the King of the Mountains points. They're not really going to be contested, but 18 points, and 18 very useful points, go to Matthew Holmes.
I was just about to say that, Rob. It would be in Matt Holmes' interest to take the points. It is an easy points take there, and the way he's riding, he can get himself in another day's breakaway, and maybe kind of chip away at that competition. So it's worth going for, and he takes the maximum points here. Nobody else really looking interested. So well done, Matt, and I'm sure no matter what happens today, we'll see him in another breakaway trying to look at that possibly competition.
This is already the second breakaway in 8 days for Matthew Holmes. I should correct that, actually, instead of the second breakaway in 7 days, because our first stage was a time trial. And no matter how good you are as a time trialist, you can't make it into a breakaway. I mean, Filippo Ganna would probably give it a try, wouldn't he? But Peloton, remember, are 10 minutes behind. And the fact that no team has taken it up here gives the breakaway an even better opportunity of staying ahead on these sinuous roads that are to come. We're coming towards the end of week one. I use the word week in pretty loose terms. Obviously, yesterday we had a week of racing, 7th stage. But if you want to split the Grand Tour racing into 3 weeks, the first week, as it's known, finishes tomorrow. Then we've got our first rest day. And then 2 weeks, 6 days each of racing to Milan. We hope we get there. Of course, we've had our first, I say it's worse than a scare, isn't it? Corona scare. We've had our first positive test in a Grand Tour, unfortunately, this morning. Thankfully, it's not the positive test of yesteryear. This is something different we have to deal with in 2020, and we wish Simon Yates and Mitchelton Scott all the best. Simon makes a good and quick recovery, and he gets all the best care possible. And for the health of the rest of the riders and staff around, before we even think about the race and its continuation, we hope that it has not spread. Just talk from a couple of colleagues and journalists who've been out on the races. It doesn't seem like the Giro official bubble is quite as strict as the one that was in place at the Tour de France. Tempering that, however, there are a lot less people working on the Giro d'Italia. So whether it's necessary to be as strict or not, I'm not quite sure. That'd be one for the health professionals to decide, and I'm sure they're doing a very stringent and good job. And I think we saw that in the reaction to what happened with Simon Yates yesterday. As soon as there was the first sniff of a symptom, he was tested by the team, he was isolated, and everybody else was tested too.
Well, the teams are testing the riders temperature-wise 3 times a day. So, you know, they know they're on it. It's just, how did they manage to contract it? That's the thing. You know, fingers crossed over the next few days, but yeah, we're just thankful that we've got cycle racing on, because, you know, with this world we're living in at the moment, that if Simon Yates has got it, you know, anybody in this peloton could get it.
The where did it come from question, I think, is something that could lead us down millions of wormholes. It could be anything. We really do not know. Just hope it doesn't spread. Descending from our toughest climb of the day, the longest one at least. Second category climb to Monte Sant'Angelo, and what a view on the other side. It's the national park of the Gargano Peninsula. We're in southeastern Italy and in Puglia. Sun is shining, a lovely October day. And the breakaway of 6 riders are travelling at a good 50 to 60 km an hour down here. Breakaway that includes Ravanelli, Roscoe, Brendley and Dowsett, both from the same team. Holmes and Puccio. And it is the latter who's the closest to the Maglia Rosa in the general classification. But the fact that he's at 34 minutes 30 seconds has meant that there's no worry for the Koenig Quickstep. They've been setting tempo rather than riding. The gap's been at 10.5 minutes maximum. It's 10:15 now, and Brian Smith, as we come to Monte Sant'Angelo, no team seems to be interested enough to win the stage yet. And unless that changes in the next 15 to 20 kilometres, it's almost nailed on that the break will take the stage.
Yeah, I think the key moment will be after the descent, but it's going to be a big investment. I was just about to say, this is a lovely descent, but I don't think Matt Holmes is enjoying it as much as maybe some of the others. Nice smooth road, and I don't think they'll be looking at the scenery, Rob, but yeah, it's a nice kind of sinuous descent, nice and dry, and yeah, it's going to be, the interest for me is when we come off this descent, I think they'll have the same kind of 10 minutes at the bottom. My gut is saying the winner's coming from the breakaway today, because you're going to need to invest with 6 strong riders in front. They haven't been riding too hard. I know there's a bit tired legs after yesterday, but you'd need to invest like for like, 6 riders for 6 riders to bring it back. I know we saw 2 riders bring back 5 riders the other day very quickly, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Different scenario whatsoever with the firepower in the break. So we're going to need to see 6 riders start riding, and where's that going to come from? As we heard from Mathias Bodnar, that a lot of the team of Bora Hansgrohe maybe a little bit unhappy that they never got any help. So I would say count out Bora Hansgrohe today. Where's it going to come from? So my gut is saying that this could be a big day for the breakaway.
Well, a couple of you writing in and talking about false positives maybe with relation to Yates' corona test, but I'm sure you'll understand that no chances can be taken with that here in the peloton. So, you've had Brian's opinion on the stage and where we are. Let's go and get Brad Wiggins' view. It's time for a Wiggins alert.
Looks like this could be a day for the breakaway. We've seen that break. There's no real interest behind Koenig Quickstep just riding that tempo today. It's good weather. I think everybody's pleased of a slightly easier day if there is one in the Giro d'Italia. We're 1 week in now. Of course, good chance of British success today. We've got Alex Dowsett in the breakaway. Young Matthew Holmes as well. Ineos is well represented by Puccio. As I said, it looks like that this break now is going to go to the finish. Big day tomorrow, of course, for the GC riders. And as I say, it's been quite a hard start to this Giro d'Italia this last week. We've seen some hell of a lot of action. Of course, we lost Simon Yates today, tested positive for corona. So it looks like it's set to be a battle between these riders for the finish. And as I said, it's a good opportunity for a lot of guys just to try and recuperate a little bit. The weather really helps because it means you're not battling against the cold and things like that. So Standard now, this is a standard breakaway stage now for the Giro d'Italia, and we'll be interested to see how this one pans out between this breakaway as they fight out for the stage win later on. We'll hand you back to the commentary team.
Crash in the peloton. Crash in the peloton with a rider down from Age de Zella Mondiale. A rider involved too from Bardiani. That rider is Filippo Fiorelli. He was the rider who was getting a little bit of abuse at the end of the sprint stages for making erratic moves the other day. I know that Domenico Pozzovivo wasn't too happy with him. Unfortunately, he's been involved in a crash here, and the rider down from Age de Zella Mondiale looks to be a little more seriously affected. He's getting treatment from the doctor now. We'll assess his position before any more decisions are taken. And this is how it happened, Brian. It's a rider from Age de Zella who seemed to go down.
Yeah, strange one there. On an uphill, wide road, no problems. Looking just at the roads. Don't see anything on the road at all. You know, a strange one that was.
The rider caught out behind for UAE Emirates, I think, was McNulty again. He's okay and back on his bike, riding up, but he had to put his foot on the ground. But it did seem from that shot as if the Age de Zella rider involved went down first. And the man taken down behind him was Filippo Fiorelli of Bahrain. Now, we're seeing at the top Vincenzo Nibali come to the front. I think Trek Segafredo would like to be at the front for the descent here, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they're not going to try and take advantage. It's just a safety thing. And always thinking, you know, always looking is Nibali and, you know, Mosca coming towards the front. You can just see that now. He's just making a little bit of an effort. And James Knox just up there as well. So not an attack. It's just a case of safety first.
Mosca, in fact, was having a little bit of an argument with Louis Meintjes a moment ago as well about erratic movements at the front of the bunch. Ah, dear. Age de Zella Mondiale yesterday already losing Tony Galopin to injury. And that doesn't look great, does it? Certainly not for continuation in the race. We'll try our best to identify that rider as soon as possible. Not a great start to the Giro, is it, for Age de Zella Mondiale? They do have Aurélien Paré-Peintre as their best man on the GC at 4:31. Larry Warbass is riding around in the top 30. Had one decent placing with Andrea Vendrame. And this is the view on the descent. All strung out in one long line. The gap has gone down to 9 minutes 31. Breakaway taking their time on that descent, as we saw. And the real challenge of this stage comes at the bottom now, where the roads start to really change. We've been on wide roads, main roads up the coast all day, really, flat roads. And after this climb, they become country roads, national park roads, left and right. And we talked about our day in Peschici, didn't we, a couple of years ago? You remember driving to the hotel that evening? I mean, we won't mention the bit on the motorway where you almost killed Sean and I, but we got then into the national park. About? I think Mr. Kelly had to take over the driving after...
I blame the wingman. You're supposed to tell me what direction to go, and you left it to the last minute.
We got onto the national park roads, and they were very different, weren't they? We got there very late at night, left and right, as you can see. They were absolutely really, really narrow. And it was an abrupt change, wasn't it, from the main road?
Very much so. You know, lovely racing roads as well round here, kind of up and down, and you know we're going to see that in the run in towards the finish as well. Most of today's stage has been on the flats. Now we hit this climb. When we come off this climb, it's just going to be a lot of twists and turns up and down, and you know, good racing roads.
Well, some spectacular views. This isn't any different. I love this as the peloton snakes down through all the hairpins. We're hearing, by the way, that it may well have been Ben Gastard, the rider who went down. Rider from Luxembourg. Remember, 13 riders already out of the Giro d'Italia, 5 non-starters this morning. We talked about Yates's positive corona test. But riders taken out by those crashes yesterday were Galopin, Gamper, Sean Bennett of EF Pro Cycling. He's the first rider they've lost. And Mitchelton Scott suffering again with young Eduardo Affini, unable to start today. And given that he's leaving the team at the end of the season, it might be the last we've seen him in a Mitchelton Scott jersey. He's off to Jumbo-Visma next year. Getting to that point in a year, aren't we? We've already had it with Miguel Angel Lopez, and getting to the point where a few riders moving on. It's their last run. Now then, it is Ben Gaspar. And is this it for the race, or is he fit to continue?
I think by the looks of it, it could be a collarbone. A strange one. Maybe it was just... I don't think he touched a wheel. Hands come off the bars a little bit. I never saw any obstruction on the road, whether it was a bottle or a hole or anything like that. It was a good road surface, so yeah, difficult incident, but by the looks of things it could look as if it's a collarbone. When you come down, you're not going very fast. You come down onto your shoulder, you know, your body weight can do that. There's another rider here just with a mechanical, but we had a rider from Israel Startup Nation, I think, come off in one of the corners at the start of the descent. So yeah, that was just more a technical issue for one of the Astana riders.
Meantime, it's Trek Segafredo trying to keep the shock as safe as possible. Here's the rider caught up for Astana in the mechanical. Oh, it wasn't just any rider. It was Jakob Fuglsang with a problem. Well, he was getting his car onto him fairly quickly, and we're at a stage in the race where there shouldn't be too much of a problem. This now, in the meantime, is Fabio Fellini, who looks as though he's waiting up for Jakob Fuglsang, Brian.
Yeah, he's just waiting up. I don't think there'll be any real danger of Fuglsang getting back in, just an opportunist moment to have a puncture, and even any puncture in a descent is worrying. And you know, I've seen riders puncture in some of the corners, and you know, you've actually got no control of the bike. So he's quite lucky that he had one of the kind of straighter parts, changed the wheel quite quickly. He's got Boiro just in front there in the cars. He'll get back on. I don't think there's any kind of danger, but just goes to show you that at any point you can have a little bit of a mishap.
Jakob Fuglsang, rider who's getting better and better for Astana and Denmark. 7th overall in his general classification at 1 minute and 19. A bad day so far for Ben Gaspar, and we're hearing he has abandoned the race. So that crash we saw, I'm afraid, has done for Ben Gaspar's Giro, and it means that in the space of 24 hours, AG Dozella Mondiale have lost 2 riders. And that is a sickening blow to the French team. So we started with 176. We're now 14 down. 162 remain. Here is Fuglsang on the wheel of his teammate. Now, we did see Fellini waiting up a little further on. This looks like Gregard. He's a minute and 11 seconds behind right now. Now then, problems for Bardiani as well. Oh dear, I wonder if that's a bike change for Fiorelli after what happened. Not Fiorelli apparently in this group. Oh, it's happening all over. So another rider affected. Let's double check. That is Filippo Fiorelli. You can in fact see where the number's been ripped off at the back from that crash. We did see Fellini waiting up. And Fuglsang as the rider in the middle being taken back to the peloton. But he's a minute and 10 seconds behind here. Fellini wants some help. He's going to get it now from Fiorelli. And here comes the Astana car. Of course, Director Sporti's very experienced for Astana at this particular Giro. They've probably got to be careful here, though, behind this particular car.
Yeah, you have to be really, really careful. You know, some gaps appearing in the peloton. Just a case of some riders are more confident than others at the moment. But yeah, you have to be really careful with sitting behind your car. I don't think there's any real panic. They're not really, you know, racing at the front. They're just getting down this hill as safely as possible. But you know, some gaps starting to appear, and I'm sure it'll be a hard enough chase for Astana to get Fuglsang back, but I don't think they can afford to kind of panic too much. And you know what they're doing now, they've got the team car in front, but they've got Fiorelli behind the team car, so it's not as bad as first thought. As we see, the rider from the Israel Startup Nation was one of the fallers further up.
Alexander Catterford here at the back. Still 1 minute and 5 past the Astana car they come. And keep your eye open in the communique later on. Of course, experienced DS, we talked about Schäfer, didn't we? And Beppe Martinelli, who's won more Giris than we've seen on the telly.
They'll take a fine if it saves a little bit of energy. They'll take a fine. It's as simple as that. As long as Fuglsang doesn't sit behind the car.
But exactly, it's the time penalties they'll want to avoid, isn't it? No time to admire these views. Still 1 minute and 4 seconds to catch, but they're back into more cars here. As long as there's a chance to sort themselves out once they get to the bottom of this climb, it's fine. It's not flat road by the time we get to the bottom, though. They start climbing straight away again, and the sort of sawtooth profile begins.
Yeah, lumpy. You just hear the horns going. It's just to give the cars in front a little bit of a warning that some riders are coming up, and you see them stop at the side of the road to allow them to go around these corners at you know, race pace.
Getting to the bottom of the descent now for the breakaways. The first time we've seen them in a while. 6 men remain there. 8:44 their gap over the pink jersey. Will they win the stage? $75 Ks to go. A chance after the climb and the descent to get some food and instructions. So we know that Giovanni Elena is one of the riders, or one of the directors sportifs, not a rider at all. Well, since he's been on a bike, I'm sure, competitively. Giovanni Elena is the sports director for Androni. We've seen Gianni Savio, the big boss, in the car as well. And today they're trying to win a stage with Simone Ravanelli, the young rider from Bergamo, 25 years of age. He's the least experienced in the breakaways. We see the chasers. Felline with Fiorelli, Fuglsang. Balbier now working at the front. And he's trying to get Catterford back on. There's another group here. Been a few splits.
Big group. That's why it's worth making a little bit of an effort before the top of the climb. Everybody knew this was going to be a fast descent. A good descent on the dry, good roads, but we've already seen Catterford crash in one of the corners, a couple of punctures in a descent, but yeah, a big group being distanced to the back. So that'll mean that with Fuglsang getting on, then he'll have to get to the front of the group, and I'm sure that a couple of his teammates will be there to be able to help him. But yeah, it's just one of these things where, and an opportunity to puncture, and the team will have to chase, and a little bit of energy, which, you know, you could do without really, but I'm sure Fuglsang will come back to the front of the race.
Yeah, tomorrow there's an extra mountain stage. It wasn't on the original profile at all for the 21 days that were meant to be ridden in May between Budapest and Milan. We'll go into Abruzzo. We begin in San Salvo and we'll finish at Roccaraso. Long stage as well, 208 kilometers. Not the most mighty of mountains, but it is still a mountain stage. Some serious climbing in the middle and at the end. An opportunity to test rivals before the rest day, but as we've just seen with Fuglsang, problems can come at you from all angles in a Grand Tour, and these are the roads now that they've got to be careful of. Look at that, sharply uphill, coastal roads left and right, and a final lap to do as the breakaway are looking good as it stands with 8.5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody watching on the television. Remember, you can watch uninterrupted on the Eurosport app or the GCN Race Pass. You will not miss a moment if you subscribe to our digital services. What's it going to be today? Breakaway, or is it going to be from the peloton? We know that they are chasing on from the peloton behind. They're trying to stay safe more than anything, and Trek Segafredo are working a little bit harder now that Astana have had a puncture with Jakob Fuglsang. Ever the wily old shark, still pushing on, and I wonder if that could start to cause a bit of a reaction. You can see there's been a couple of splits in the group chasing down. Just keep your eye on this, Brian.
What are you trying to say, Rob? That they're trying to take advantage? Well,
no,
it might not be for the first time, but it does look as if they're pushing on a little bit harder. You can see further up that Fuglsang has got pretty much his whole team now, but you know, this is racing, and you know, they are pushing on a little bit more than I think now that they know that you know, Fuglsang has got a bit of a chase, and you know, he has to expend a little bit of energy now with his team, and with the GC day coming up tomorrow with the mountains, you have to take, you know, every advantage you can.
This is racing, Brian, and it's why we love it. Even all the controversy and the talking points that come with it. And Jakob Fuglsang has suffered a puncture at the most inopportune moment. On the descent, thankfully, nothing more untoward. He hasn't crashed or anything like that. He's dealt with it, but he has a serious chase on now. He's in a bigger group here, but it's not as if once we get to the bottom, we've got flat roads, things calm down. We're into very, very interesting road country. Racing roads, you called them, Brian. They're up, they're down, they're left, they're right, all the way to the finish. We've got a big gap to the breakaway, but it's gone down to its lowest point for a while. And just as when we were thinking that it was nailed on for the break, it still looks very good, but once again it's a little bit in the balance, isn't it? 72.5 k's to go, 8 minutes of a gap. I wonder what you're thinking at home. Remember, you can get involved and be interactive with us on the GCN app. There'll be these polls and quizzes. You can tweet Brian or I to give your opinion. What's going to happen? At Bryce Smithy, at Rob Hatch TV. Oh, there's all sorts going on here, and it's as we love it at the Giro d'Italia. Everything is uncertain. The Koenig Quick-Step again playing a blinder. All the way at the front, the pink jersey well looked after. But it's Trek Segafredo who initially started riding to stay safe. But as you just noticed, Brian, they were certainly putting the hammer down a bit there.
Yeah, they're riding a bit harder now. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they came off this. But I think it's Julian Bernard that's at the front now, and you know, before it was Mosca, Nibali. Nibali's coming up now to maybe have a word. Maybe they don't know what the situation is. Maybe the information just coming through now. But it'll be interesting to see what they do once they come off this descent, if they continue to ride on. Because if it is for safety, then now swing over and let the Koenig Quick-Step take control. So if they don't do that and continue to ride, they're trying to take advantage of Fuglsang. So if they don't swing over, then that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to kind of split, put a lot of riders in trouble, and you know, gaps absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, there are gaps there, aren't there? They're being closed at the minute, but that is not the whole bunch of riders. And they continue to ride. Mosca sitting second wheel there. Nibali third wheel. Behind you can see the Koenig Quick-Step. Well, Nibali, of course, does have a relationship with those at Astana, but of course he's a racer. He's always a racer. You could say, actually, it's fair game, because Beppe Martinelli, you know, he's a wily old character as well. And we saw it with the car there. It's all part of the game for me. I know that people prefer things to be done in certain ways, but it's all part of the Giro, all part of the drama. Let's see how long this does carry on for, though. It's certainly not good news for the breakaway. Doesn't mean that their chances are over, but I guess when we were beginning to think that it was a done deal, it might just be up in the air again, Brian.
Yeah, they'll have to think about this. They'll be getting the information that Trek are riding at the front. They'll not understand why they're riding on the front, but you know, that information will get up. It just means that they'll have to just make sure that they keep the pressure on. You know, Nibali will say that, you know, trying to put the other riders under pressure, but at this stage, I don't think anybody knows where all the riders are. We can see the Ciclamino jersey there of De Mar. He was dropped, so he's trying to come back. I just noticed that a couple of the Astana riders are now dropping back to that group, but yeah, Astana, I've got a bit of a job to do here because Trek Segafredo are still pushing on a little.
And here they go. A couple of riders up to the front. How long does this go on for? You can see the pink jersey is safe. Bahrain McLaren presumably have Pale Bilbao in here because there's been no panic there, and they're on the right-hand side. Bora Hansgrohe, I think, seem to have most of their number involved. Looking back, there are yellow jerseys for Steven Kruijswijk, so I don't think he's been caught out. Now, this is the Jakob Fuglsang group that's still 45 seconds behind. And look at the roads they're on now. They're not racing for safety here, Brian. There's a split at the front. And with that split, there could be gaps.
Yep, definitely. That's Cataford. He came down. He's got kind of nasty road rash on there. And looking a bit... This is a big group now. Does look as if Valerie Conti's in this group, but everybody quite happy to sit behind Astana, trying to get Fuglsang back to the front of this race now.
I would imagine Lucas Hamilton's in this group as well, because there's the Mitchelton Scott riders there, and he's the best placed man them now for the general classification. Young Australian is at 2 minutes 47 in 17th place overall. And as it stands, they're losing the odd second. And there needs to be a quick organisation behind. They need to realise very quickly what the situation is. You can see that the cars are being put into the gap now, Brian.
Yeah, they're starting to ride now. They're depleted in numbers as well. Boaro is there. So, yeah, 5 riders from Astana. All 6 Astana riders there. Just the other one there. They've got 47 seconds to pull back. The group at front seems to be kind of bunched up a little bit, but it's Trek Segafredo that's still pushing on a little bit with another group in between. I think that was the De Mar group, and now we're seeing Bora on the left-hand side. Now that De Mar is dropped, we'll have to see what the situation there is, but be interesting to see what Brad Wiggins thinks of this.
Yeah, do they get organised very quickly and start to add to the chase as well? It's sort of a situation that developed there. We know that Trek were already at the front, and that will be the first response they give to anybody who asks the question, the age-old question that, it's always asked, isn't it? Unwritten rules and all that sort of stuff. Why did they push on? Who pushed on? But they were already there. They will obviously say, we were just riding at the front. Behind, the gap opened up, and now they find themselves with this gap at the front. They carry on riding. Other guys who weren't involved in pushing that gap open, like Bora Hansgrohe, will now maybe have something to ride for, but there's a change. They've knocked it off, Brian. They've knocked it off.
Yeah, I think it's the best thing to do, but they never knocked it off straight away. They continued a little bit to make the chase a little bit harder.
So why have they knocked it off now?
Well, I think they've done the right thing. They've done the right thing in possibly kind of knocking it off because of the puncture of Fuglsang, but they just continued it on, pushed on a little bit, just to make that chase for Astana a little bit harder.
This reminds me a little of something that Astana themselves did back at the start of the Mortirolo when Alberto Contador was riding for Tinkoff, and I had a chat with Beppe Martinelli about this, and they're coming back now. They're coming back now.
Here.
Sagan in this group, so that's why Bora aren't going to ride. Just looking down at Tony Martin there, 174 is Chris Harper behind him, but there's, I think, Kruijswijk's in this group, and they have knocked it off, so no pushing on now from Trek Segafredo. Interesting that they did for a while, but just to go back to that point I was making, I had a chat with Beppe Martinelli about the pushing on after Contador had a wheel change before the Mortirolo a few years ago. And Martinelli admitted, he said, well, yes, maybe I shouldn't have done it, but I did, and it's just something that happens. You don't always get the best communication in racing, and maybe a little taste of own medicine there, back from Nibali.
That's what it'll come down to, communication. That's what it said. Well, we came off the descent and we got the information that he was down, he had a puncture. Very difficult in the descent to get any information. As soon as we found out, we knocked it off. But from what I've seen in the descent, Bernard coming up and pushing on a little bit more. They're just taking a little bit of an advantage, making it a little bit harder for Astana to come back. They will come back, of course, but it's just nipping away at, you know, a team's kind of energy resources.
I love it. All a bit of drama. We like it. It's a soap opera, isn't it? A Grand Tour for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's not just about the pedal strokes on the road. It's all the little bit of rivalry between the teams and the digs here and there. And the good news for Astana is that they're coming back. And of course, none of us wants to see Fuglsang lose time because of a puncture. But we also, I think, admit that when the race is on sometimes. And Trek, given the fact that they were a front, might have been able to use that excuse there. But they've had a little dig, and it's going to calm down again now. So that little bit of polemica out of the way, we carry on. And now with suddenly just less than 70 kilometres to go, the shape of the bunch here at the front again, nobody riding, the pendulum of advantage swings straight back into the court of the breakaway. And unless somebody quickly starts to ride, it's looking really, really good now for the six up front, isn't it?
Yeah, the breakaway without knowing the gap was coming down, who was riding, why they're riding, and got maybe a little bit worried, but it still looks the day of either a British rider, an Italian rider, an American or an Austrian.
We shall see. So take a breath, everybody. More breathless stuff coming up as Astana are about to get back in with the heck of a lot of other riders who were dropped, including, as you said, Peter Sagan. And everything bunches up again. So we now know why Bora weren't going to contribute, but you just wonder, had Sagan been in that front group, if things had have been different?
You don't know, because Demar was distanced. The thing is, why was Demar distanced? Why was Sagan distanced? It's unlike them, especially in a descent like that.
Treatment for Cataford. By the looks of it, he needs it after that crash. Every single one of them a warrior. Not easy just to get round the Giro d'Italia, never mind win things. And here comes Manuel Ebuaro, taking back his leader, Jakob Fuglsang. And it's hard enough, isn't it, for Astana, 2 men down, 2 of their top men down as well. And there they go, a little look around, a look across. Ciao Vincenzo.
See, they wouldn't know what was happening at all. Kreuzberg there.
Steven Kruijswijk is going to have a bike change.
Yeah, they wouldn't have known.
Time to do it.
They wouldn't have known. Sorry, Rob. They wouldn't have known, Astana, what was happening in front, who was riding and anything like that. Very difficult to get the television pictures. So maybe, you know, there's no love lost between Trek Segafredo and Astana, but yeah, I think they'll find out what happened possibly after the stage finish.
I think we're not going to create. I think we're not going to create any sort of false stories. That there is a good feeling between Nibali and Martinelli and people like that. They have won things together, but now they're rivals, and while the race is on, the race is on. They'll do anything they can to get an advantage, and I think we've seen that from Nibali throughout his career, in particular, and Martinelli too, to be fair. And I know what he does comes from the car, but without knowing the race and knowing how to win a race, he wouldn't have won all those Giro d'Italias. I know a lot of British fans are tweeting in today and getting excited about the prospect of a British win. Brad Wiggins suggested that. Well, in the numbers, it's a third of a chance, isn't it, out of that breakaway, as we see both Dowsett and Holmes involved. And this is Steven Kruijswijk coming back after his bike change. Has one teammate with him. That teammate is Christoph Pfingston, the experienced German domestique. He's just taken that position at the front there. Oh, the doctor's car's busy, isn't it? Both sides. Fiorelli's the man in the purple there, both riders who've crashed. I know you've got to wait to get an appointment somewhere, but dearie me. At least there's no telephone conversations before you get to see anyone this time. Straight to the doctor's car, and Fiorelli, well, he's had some treatment and he's coming back to the peloton now. Just passing Ramon Sinkeldam, the former Dutch champion. And here's Rudy Barbier, resuming his position at the back of the bunch. 93 there for EF Pro Cycling is Simon Clark. And if you wanted to get your hands on one of those jerseys, Too late. They sold out in 3 minutes yesterday. Well, barring any sort of problem, the breakaway is going to take the stage today, surely. $65Ks to go. This is the rhythm of the bunch, not at its most fierce. Filippo Ganna is at the front. Ben Swift up there yesterday. I know he initially didn't plan to do the sprint yesterday, but he was looking after Theo Gegenhardt, found himself in the right position in the last kilometre, and just went for it.
Yeah, he worked for Narvaez the other day when I thought it was potentially a good stage for him, and just goes to show you that, you know, short stage, but a hard stage. You know, not maybe the fastest of sprints. So, you know, Ben Swift was up there. I think Manuel Ibuaro is trying to get his own back now. But the question I had with Ganna, do you know who the heaviest rider in the peloton is?
In this peloton?
Yes.
It's supposed to be him, isn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
82 Ks. 82 kgs, rather.
Yeah, there's hope for us yet, isn't there?
Scary thing is, that's about a kilometre. I'm getting my measurements mixed up here. We're only on day 8. 2 weeks to go. Sorry, guys. That might calm us down a bit. But yes, a kilogram lighter than I am. Thankfully for Ganna, he's a little bit taller, so quite a bit leaner. Certainly got a lot of power than both of us put together. Incredible. Just as the Parco Nazionale del Gargano is. Idyllic. There you go, lads. Stage is yours.
The interesting thing is, will we see anybody try and take advantage of this quite tricky finishing circuit as well? Because 900 metres at 9.3, that's again a springboard, so...
More problems, more visits to the car. This time it's Gaviria. A reminder that you can watch without missing a pedal stroke. That's on the Eurosport app or the GCN Race Pass. Plenty of extras there for you as well. The breakaway each night with Dan Lloyd, Brand Wiggins, Ola Shanawi and our very own Brian Smith. With the odd special guest that we've had as well so far. We had Pippa York, didn't we, this week? And Connor Dunn, who made his debut yesterday. He'll be along yet again next week. Well, it's the 8th stage of the Giro d'Italia today. We started in Giovinazzo for the first time in 6 years. And thankfully, we're going to have a rather different finish to that day when it was raining cats and dogs in Bari at the end. That was just after we'd made the long plane journey. It would have been a bit longer on a train, wouldn't it, from Dublin. Marcel Kittel was one of the riders who had to leave the Giro d'Italia that day. Today, we're a little further north, and we're heading into this absolutely spectacular Gargano National Park. We're doing so with João Almeida in the pink jersey. He's the Portuguese rider from the Koenig Quick-Step, just 22 years of age, and he's well ahead of the Spanish national time trial champion, Pello Bilbao, the Basque rider up there in 2nd place. 3rd place at the moment, Wilco Kelderman at 48 seconds, going very well indeed. This was the lead before today for Arnaud Démare. He's since added 2 points to his total. Peter Sagan has 1, so it's now a 56-point lead for the French national champion in the points classification over Sagan. Of course, all of those green jerseys from the Tour in his cabinet. Filippo Ganna should keep the blue jersey for another day today. We know that the points so far have gone up the road to Matthew Holmes. That's for the King of the Mountains. And in the final of our 4 jersey classifications, Joao Almeida continues to lead, but it's Harem Verhoeven in second place who wears the best young riders jersey. And here it is, the Gargano National Park. I have to say, one of the most spectacular places I've visited in possibly the most spectacular country I've ever had the fortune of visiting. Established in 1991, as you could see, and they've done very well to protect it from overdevelopment. Lots of wildlife, wild birds that we've seen several times so far today, and some pretty spectacular beaches too. The roads, though, by nature of the fact that this is a protected area, are quiet, are sinuous. Certainly no motorways or long straight roads, thankfully, around here. This is very, very difficult terrain upon which to race a bike. But if you have good legs, it invites you to attack. I think one thing that's become pretty clear in the last 10 kilometres, it's going to be a day for the breakaway. We suspected it for a while, then had a little hiccup. And I've just been reminded by one of our colleagues that there might be a bit of a disagreement going on in the background between Fuglsang and Nibali at the minute, which might have contributed to that particular attack. Nibali just forcing the issue after Fuglsang had had a puncture. All good for those of us that like the dramas in this 3-week-long soap opera. But the breakaway are going to have their day, and it's going to either be Ravanelli, Rosskopf, Brendle, Dowsett, Puccio or Holmes to take victory today. You must agree with that now, Brian, surely.
Yeah, I said it on the descent. I can see it's going to be a day for the 6 riders in front, and you know, who's it going to be? Because you know, after a difficult day for everybody yesterday, being in the breakaway from the start, how much have you been able to kind of duck and dive? By the looks of things, everybody's taking their own turn at the front. I would think that having 2 riders in the breakaway, Israel Startup Nation, are in you know, good stead. But Rosskopf, has he got a contract for next year? I know that you know, CCC are they sold their license to Wanty Group Circus. So yeah, you know, a big day for the Italians in the breakaway, Puccio and Ravanelli, and you know, everybody's super motivated to try and you know, get the win. Brendle, maybe not a climber, but he's delivered some good wins in the past. Strong rider.
Oh dear, incident. Not again, not again. Crashes all over at this Giro d'Italia. Rider from Trek Segafredo down. Bardiani again are affected. Oh no.
Just leave him.
This
just
looks like
try and pull him up.
That's the police officer trying to pull him up, and he's not interested there. Let's have a look. That is Gianluca Brambilla, I'm afraid. He's being attended to by the doctor. And remember, Trek Segafredo have already lost Peter Vening. Brambilla smiling, though. It's a new bike for the rider affected by for Bardiani, and that is Giovanni Carboni, who wear the white jersey. Well, we're in this region of Italy, actually, last year. On the East Coast. Oh, but he's being told just to hang on. Did you see that? Just pointing to the head there and asking the doctors to have a look at him. We've had this already with head injuries. In the meantime, oh, for Brambilla, what's happening? He's walking around as well. He's not happy. Is there a test going on here? Well, he's getting a new bike ready. Looks okay, I think, Brian, but again, with these things you never know. There's Paolo Slongo, who's Nibali's coach, by the way, just giving him a new head unit.
Yeah, he's just waiting for a new helmet, Brambilla.
And understandably, the doctors are going to get a chance to have a good look at everybody here. I suppose the race situation is pretty good right now for this sort of thing, and proper checks to take place. It's nice and relaxed. It's nice and calm behind. We know that it's going to be a breakaway day, and nobody will want to take advantage of this misfortune.
No, they won't want to take any advantage, and you know, just getting a new helmet here.
That's the race doctor having a chat to him, by the way, one of the race doctors. In the meantime, for Carboni, he looks as though he's back on his bike. So he was checked out there by the doctors, and I think it was actually, we must give kudos, it was one of his team managers who actually pointed to the head there and looked over to the doctor and said, just have a look at him. With Brambilla also back on his bike, I think that's everybody who was affected back up and running again. And we know that there were one or two other riders involved in the crash too who were quickly back on their bikes. But there's never a dull moment, is there? There's never an off moment at the Giro d'Italia. Gianluca Brambilla, I should say, and Giovanni Carboni affected. Sort of all right. We'll take a thumbs up there. More climbing to be done here. And we're going up the Coppa Santa Tecla, an uncategorized climb, on the way to our finale and finish in Vieste. Looking out to the Adriatic. And back to the peloton. De Koning Quick-Step, again riding tempo at the front. Once more, it is Ilio Kessa, and this is Gianluca Brambilla, the climber from the north of Italy, who's down here in the southeast. He's just been on the ground. Winner of a Giro d'Italia stage and a former Maglia Rosa for a few days.
That was where we started.
Long way away. It was a little flatter down in Giovinazzo, wasn't it? But it's the same situation to as we started, isn't it? Ilio Kessa racking up the kilometres on the front of the bunch. A few more riders who were caught up in the crash are getting back on. I know there was a rider from NTT on the ground originally. There's two blue and black jerseys getting back on as well. And looking further up the Coppa Santa Tecla, somewhere around that corner is the breakaway. I remind you that only two riders from that break are yet to take a professional win. Young Ravanelli, who's at his first Giro d'Italia. Not the old grey-haired superstar that you used to see on the football pitch. Him of the same name, though. Just 25 is Ravanelli from Bergamo in Lombardy. Riding for a team that's been in every single breakaway so far. Meantime, it looks like we could be shooting a holiday brochure. That's 2 weeks self-catering sold to me anyway. Realisation will be setting in now. They'll be getting the message, won't they, Brian, that today's going to be a break day?
Yeah, I think they've had the call already. I think pretty much all day you can see that the breakaway have done a good job in making sure that you know, they save a little bit for the final. Not unless Thomas de Gent here at the front for Lotto is going to attack and go across to them like they did in the other day. But I think it's a little bit too much for de Gent, and I think he's just getting bored and coming up to talk to one of his friends at the front.
He already provided a comedy moment, didn't he, last night? Having a go in nice, joking terms at his teammate Van Alken. Maybe bringing him down a peg or two after that tweet we mentioned yesterday where he said that, you know, put your hands up if you've got good legs. Thomas reminding that he had to bring them to the race next time. Another big day in prospect for Salvatore Puccio. He'd be a popular winner, wouldn't he, I think? We see this a lot, don't we, in cycling? Riders who dedicate their own careers to the service of others, to others' victories, and have to wait a long, long time before they even get an opportunity, never mind pick up the win itself. And Puccio's had 2 chances already at this Giro. He's got today, and he was in the breakaway the other day. He didn't have the legs the other day, but there was still a party at the dinner table, given that it was his teammate who won when Pippo Ganna won his first road stage. But Puccio will be willed on, certainly if not by all supporters at home, by all of those team leaders he's helped to achieve things in the past. So I know that Chris Froome, Geraint Thomas, etc. will be sitting at home and hoping, praying, willing Salvatore Puccio to take some deserved personal success.
I think the whole of Italy will be behind him, together with Ravanelli, and you know, the other riders in the breakaway of different nationalities will know that the Italians really want to kind of win this one. But Israel Startup Nation, I've got two riders here, two very strong riders, Brendley and Dowsett, both time trial champions of their country, and that's where I think the strength lies. But when we're looking at the kind of lumpy nature of the running in to this finishing circuit as well, with the steep climb on it, it does suit Puccio and possibly Matt Holmes more than maybe the others. But by that time,
Ravanelli, I know he's maybe the joker in the pack, given he hasn't achieved anything and it's his first Giro and everything like that. But when you look at his results in the under-23 category and his early pro results, I mean, he was 5th overall in the Tour of Rwanda, which has got some serious climbs in it. And I know the Tour of Rwanda doesn't have the same level of competition as the Giro d'Italia, but as I think we've been talking about this race the last couple of years now, because I know they want to have the Worlds down there in a few years as well, there are some top world teams that go there, and we've had World Tour winners in the last few years, so you still need to be up there and be a good bike rider to get those results.
Yeah, Ravanelli is the interest. Not many of the riders in the breakaway will know about Ravanelli, and you know, if he was to attack, you know, do you let him go? But I think Israel Startup Nation have got a strategy here. I think they will be the ones that possibly start to kind of instigate something as we get a little bit closer towards the finish now. And we do hit the circuits at 26.4 to go. We still have another climb coming up, 1.4 kilometres at just over 6%, which tops out at 42.7 to go.
Holmes going back to the car, and he's just picking up some food. Almost 10 minutes again now. Big gap as well, might start to affect how the breakaway rides. They'll be getting their plans together because they know it's their day. 56k still to go. New back wheel for one of the riders there from NTT. I think it was Ben O'Connor. Ben O'Connor, the Western Australian. If he'd has gone as well as he would have wanted to, we'd have been thinking about him tomorrow and seeing how he was going to go. But in the end, he's 41 minutes down. It's all about Domenico Pozzovivo for NTT. Louis Meintjes has lost 37 minutes as well. No doubt about the domestique roles for the two men who thought they might be maybe riding to stay as high up in the GC as possible with Meintjes and O'Connor. They must now surely commit to Pozzovivo, who lies 6th at 1 minute and 5. Sight for sore eyes. Look at the colours there. There you have it, the spur on the heel of Italy. And these rocks do spring out of nowhere, don't they? Driving up that plain, we could see the profile today ever so suddenly. You stop that completely flat land. Most of the east of Italy is flat, unless you are sort of between here and after the Marche, We've got a few hilly bits, haven't we? And it gets very flat again up towards the northeast. We get to Emilia-Romagna, we'll be on the complete flatlands again, but this really just come out of nowhere. I'm not sure how long it'll take to walk through all those woods to get to that beach, but my, does it look worth the effort. Another area I hope we get to see a little further on as well is the Parco Nazionale del Conero. Not quite as expansive and big as this area, but equally stunning the way it just dolts out of the sea. Six strong riders in the breakaway and a deluxe gap, 10 minutes almost now. They've ridden for 150 kilometres nearly from Giovinazzo, and they're just 54.5 kilometres from Vieste. No opportunity for Arnaud Demar to equal that record set by Beppe Saronni. 3 stages in a row won at the Giro d'Italia in 1980. But in 1979, Saronni was a winner in Vieste here. He beat Francesco Moser that day, who was actually in the Maglia Rosa. Apparently it was a controversial win. Also had a team time trial down here in 1988. It's the last time the Giro d'Italia had a stage finish in Vieste. For those of you who want to know who won that day, Del Tongo Colnago were the victors. At 32 years on, we're going to return. Giovanni Carboni making his own return to the peloton after crashing. And good news for him and Gianluca Brambilla. If it happened 15 kilometres earlier, there'd have been some serious panic trying to get back. As Jos van Emden and Elio Kessa have a nice conversation. Of course, they both speak the same language, albeit different dialects. Kessa speaks Flemish, but of course it is the Dutch language that they're speaking strictly. And Jos van Emden from the Netherlands. It's turning into that sort of afternoon behind. Is this going to be the way it looks all the way in, Brian, or are we going to see maybe an upping of the pace? Everybody either try to keep safe towards the end, or maybe somebody cheeky enough to try and grab seconds?
Well, there's points up at the finish as well, so I would think that's an opportunity here for Sagan to maybe ruffle a few feathers on this climb, maybe shake out Demar, maybe take out the 7th place and take a few points back. So I would think that would be the case, and potentially, you never know. The shark has been showing his teeth today. You never know if he might kind of test out in this finishing circuit. He knows that it's going to be a tricky one, so he might use, you know, Bora off the back of it. You never know, but I don't think we've seen the finish of any action from the main peloton.
Let's go and have a look at how these final kilometres are with Bernie Eisel.
I'm about 40 kilometers from the finish line in Vieste today. And if you wonder why I'm not wearing a mask, because we are absolutely on our own out here. It's stunning here. The scenery is amazing. It's just a shame the riders will not have time to look at it. We just came down the last categorized climb, La Guardiola. It's a 4th category climb, but it's actually probably the easiest part of the race. The uncategorized climbs today are much harder, much longer. Driving here, I felt the whole stage is going actually uphill, and it's really, really hard. Nice tarmac, and as we can see, like I said, there's no meter flat, but there's also no meter straight. They come around this corner and go all the way there, and that's pretty much all day. It's just left, right, in and out on the coastline. It is beautiful, but it's really, really hard.
That makes it interesting. We're coming up to another of these feed zones here. Not the official feed zone, we've already had that. Of course, bidons, soigneurs, people pots at certain points along the course, but given the technical nature, we probably won't have it all bunched up and calm like this, will we?
No, we won't do it. We'll see some sort of action. I've kind of gone off Bernie ISO there for doing that. He shouldn't have really have done that. You know, I'm stuck in a boxing bath, and you're in your own home in Mallorca. He shouldn't be doing these kind of scenic things and showing us what we're missing. But yeah, from the run in, I cannot see them just bowling into the finish. There's going to be some action from the peloton once you're coming on or getting close to this circuit.
A good look at the breakaway here. And I know they're about to be the protagonists of the day, but we haven't given them too much attention, have we, over the last hour or so, because of all that's been going on behind. The nibbling away on the descent, the crashes. Here they've just been going about their business. The advantage did go as low as just below 8 minutes briefly, and you wondered if there was about to be more action, but as soon as it was knocked off, there wasn't so much galloping like that.
No, at least we know we're going to see some movement with the riders in the breakaway. Where it's going to come, nobody knows. They'll be looking at their strategy. But having 2 riders in the breakaway, Israel Startup Nation, are looking good. They'll know that it's lumpy, and both Dowsett and Brindley will maybe kind of suffer on that short, sharp climb, but why not go before we go into the circuit and give yourself a bit of kind of breathing space? So, and then the other one can sit on. So I think the kind of old 1-2 they'll be thinking, and also the fact that the other riders in the breakaway will be thinking that as well. We cannot let a rider from the Israel Cycling or Israel Startup Nation go forward without you being there, but you can't cover both of them. So it's going to be an interesting battle for the stage one, and let's see what happens in the peloton as we get towards the circuit.
I know that was a nice long thorough answer, but I haven't forgot the little error you made at the start there.
Okay.
200 Swiss francs and 10 seconds in the GC for that one, Mr. Smith.
I thought you might have heard that.
Oh, I think we're going to take you some points off the Maglia Ciclamino classification for that one as well. It's going to be a long communique tonight. There's Filippo Ganna. Blue jersey. Lavanelli. Brindley. Holmes. Roscoff. Dowsett. Puccio. They are the 6 names ready to battle it out. When does the battle in earnest begin here, Brian?
I don't know. No, in all seriousness, I think possibly, Matt Holmes may be attacking on this next climb. It tops out 42.7. It's only a short climb, 1.4. He's already taken 18 points on the previous climb. This is going to be a 4th category climb, so just small amount of points left. But I don't think in the breakaway here, you don't want to kind of wait to be attacked and be in a situation where one of the Israel Startup Nation riders in front, we know they're both excellent time trialists, so if they do go on the attack, and it's going to be difficult to kind of close them down, and the other rider will be able to kind of sit on. So I don't think you wait. I think I was maybe Matt Holmes. I would think about doing something and testing the rest out and instigating something. They've got over 10 minutes, so they've got a lot of time to kind of play with. So maybe an effort on this next categorised climb.
It's the second and final categorised climb of the day. It's La Guardiola. Not particularly high, above to 168 metres above the sea. And as you say, Brian, 42.5 kilometres to go once they crest it. But still up and down all day after that. There's a separate conservation area looking at within the national park there. The Foresta Umbra. Another UNESCO World Heritage Site. 3 years it's been looked after as part of that programme that's run by the UN. I'd like to see the list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Italy. I think it'd be probably longer than anywhere else I've ever been. I feel like we've seen 100 or so of them already. But you can see why. I always think that the Adriatic coast is the least spectacular of Italy's coastline. Certainly once you get a bit further up past Abruzzo. Most of the seaside towns, apart from that little place in the Parco del Cornero that I talked about, they seem to look pretty similar. You know, we see the end of Tirreno Adriatico every year, don't we? They all sort of look pretty similar to San Benedetto del Tronto, but I'm more of a west coast or south coast man in Italy, but this is absolutely beautiful. Get this pesky virus out the way. We know where the next holidays are coming. Puglia. More examples of these roads that Bernie Eisel was talking about. Plenty of obstacles left and right. This is an area where it's at the widest. Decent surface so far from what we can see though everywhere, Brian.
Yeah, there's a few flaws. You can just see them on the right-hand side there.
Again, speaking too soon, sorry.
Yeah, the riders in the breakaway are not worried because, you know, they can get to pick their own line. It's just the problems for the peloton behind, because when you're in the peloton, if there's anything on your side, then it's not as if you can move to the other side, because there's, you know, the riders are parking the whole road. But I think in this descent it kind of string itself out a little bit. But although there's a few flaws in the road, they don't look overly kind of dangerous.
3Ks to go then to the King of the Mountains point, the final one of the day. Easy E-Bikes has written in on Twitter to tell us, Brian, that there are 55 UNESCO World Heritage Sites within the borders of Italy. And that's the most of any country on the World Heritage list. Doesn't surprise you, does it? They don't call it Il Bel Paese for nothing. As Manuele Boaro takes some liquid lunch. Victor Capanarts is already tucking into his. He'll be looking forward to the next opportunity for personal glory, won't he, on stage 14, Campanarts, after crashing on stage 1. Ha ha! Look at the right-hand side, you wonder how it's still standing.
I know.
Makes me want to get back into diving again. There must be some sort of caves under there.
I'm looking at the structure behind, the man-made structure.
Maybe they got planning permission for that before the national park status came in, but have a look at that. Now, those of you who visited the Canary Islands, who've been to Gran Canaria before, there used to be a little bit of rock in a place called Agaete in the northwest port. You can see normally Mount Teide in the background from this port, and it was called El Dedo de Dios, God's finger. But unfortunately, a tropical storm came along 5 or 6 years ago, and it was like that. It was sticking out of the rock, out of the sea in rather spectacular style. But the storm absolutely destroyed it, and El Dedo de Dios was no more. And you do wonder, I mean, you know, anybody who's done geography knows that nothing is permanent and the world is ever changing and evolving. You wonder how long those beautiful structures will be able to survive. All of it natural, and remember, Italy's built on a big fault line anyway, isn't it? What a bit of scenery. Now, the way these guys were going a few kilometres back, they could have even had time to appreciate it, but I think they will be thinking now of all the turns and twists that they have to take on. Chad Hager on the left-hand side in the white jersey with the 2 black stripes. The keep challenging stripes, as they call them in Sunweb. sort of emblem of their team. You see it on the back of their cars as well. Even though they've changed the colour of kits a few times in the last few years, they've kept those stripes, sort of their badge. And we're off for an explore in the national park again. Roads hidden around there. Well, that's where we're heading. See the pink signs on the road there. But as you've never been or had the chance to go near a bike race before, Brian, it's funny, isn't it? You know, you might often wonder how everybody knows where to go, but there's a lot of signs, aren't there, and arrows along the road, and they're generally put up a couple of days before, or depending on the race, maybe the night before, and double checked by all the cars and motorbikes that go ahead. And it's pretty simple. It tells you where to go. And, you know, at more complicated junctions, as we've seen, you have people pointing the right way, police cars blocking the wrong way to make sure that the riders go down the road that's open. But it's something that we don't really think about too often. You know, you've got to know where to go, and they follow the pink signs everywhere and the pink arrows around Italy. Yeah,
they go up, whether it's the you know, the night before or in the morning, and there's a de-rigging crew. It will take them down at the end of the day, following right the way back. Sometimes the signs go missing by some of the fans, and you know, it's a kind of little mementos. But yeah, in general, you've got arrows signalling the whole way. Plus, when you come into kind of roundabouts and various other things, it'll show you as well.
Here's our next port of call. And that's the Torre dell'Aglio, Garlic Tower. Garlic? Garlic bread? Not actually an Italian invention, believe it or not. You struggle to ask for it in Italy. Or a Spanish, French, or even British thing. Garlic Tower looks good, though. I imagine it was a lookout back in the day. Not quite sure which day it would have been, but as we said yesterday, Greeks, Romans, Phoenicians, Ottomans, Mediterranean, a place full of history. Certainly as far as being the centre of world civilizations is concerned. And we're sort of looking across to Albania from here, across the Adriatic Sea. Another country that's had a long history with Italy. In more recent years, there's been a lot of Albanian citizens moving to Italy for work. There's a really strong Albanian population here. Now then, 125 metres to the top of the final categorised climb of the day. There is Ravanelli on the left, just moving up. I remind you, it was Holmes who took the points, wasn't it? This time only a fourth category climb. It looks as though Matthew Holmes is interested in rolling over again. Once more, I think he's going to be allowed to do that. And there is Holmes on the right-hand side. Dowsett on the left as we looked at it then. I think just about taking second place, and Puccio into third. We'll get confirmation of that from those who are looking from a side-on view. Certainly Matthew Holmes who took the maximum points. He's had a pretty productive day in the breakaway already.
Yeah, it's good of him. Thinking of days to come as well. So he's got 21 points now in that competition. So he gets himself in a breakaway on another day. And who knows, you know, a few days in that blue jersey. But it's going to be tough because tomorrow there's a lot of points up for grabs as well.
Here is that little dot to the line again. Maybe I'm being a bit generous there in the use of language. So they just rode through it. Let's have a look. I think it was Holmes. Dowsett was certainly up there. It was Dowsett. Wow. 3 points for him, 2 for Holmes, 1 for Puccio. So Holmes has taken 20 points from today, 18 from the first climb. Dowsett is now on the board. With all respect, Alex Dowsett, I think he'll be looking at the 2 time trials after today for his next bits of glory. Chance to do something on the road, though, today, and a rare chance. They're still heading up past the tower that we just saw a minute ago in the peloton. 10 minutes, 40 seconds behind. Remember that video we saw with Bernie Eisel?
Yes.
It was filmed at the tower, apparently. Right on the steps of that tower there, right on the corner where it was. So we got a proper viewpoint of what they would have seen back in the day. I wonder where the closest town was that they were protecting. Certainly a great lookout point up there, but doesn't seem to be any village or buildings nearby. A little more stretched out now. Long line from front to back in the bunch. And while we're admiring the views and Italy's natural beauty, the pause button has very much been pressed on the action in the peloton, hasn't it? And there's no doubt about that. There's no pretending that there's action going on here. I'm glad they've decided to do it in such a beautiful place. We don't want to be going through the industrial estates of Emilia-Romagna a little later on in the race, or in the north of Italy, and watching the pause on racing. We can have a nice good look around while they're doing this.
Yeah, it's still ticking along a little bit now. It's getting to the stage now in the breakaway that you have to start thinking about doing something. I know that the further this goes on, the better it is for Israel's startup nation, but I'm sure that within the next kind of 10 kilometres we may see some action at the front of the race. But for the peloton, I think they'll wait until we come onto the circuit. We come onto the circuit with a 26.4 to go, and we've got quite a steep climb of 900 metres and 9.3%. Not long after we enter the circuit, so I would think that by 30 kilometres ago, we may see you know, some action at the front from these 6 riders.
And here they are. Advantage of 10 minutes and 40 with 40 Ks to go. Final 40 kilometres of a long stage between Giovinazzo and Vieste. Still in the southeast of Italy, starting our second week in terms of numbers of days at the Giro d'Italia, but finishing the first block of racing, the first week as we call it. It's the big weekend in Puglia and Abruzzo. Believe it or not, this was actually meant to be the final stage of the first week. The original plan that we had starting in Hungary, starting back in May before the virus got in the way. Hungary 3 days, then to Sicily, then to the mainland. This was meant to be stage 9, Giovinazzo to Vieste, but it's been brought forward a day, and we've had an extra mountain stage added tomorrow. So we'll have caught up by the end of tomorrow, Brian, and we'll be back on the rest of the original route. So once we leave Abruzzo, tomorrow we go from San Salvo to Roccaraso. The day after we start again in Abruzzo at Lanciano. But after tomorrow's stage, we'll have the final 2 weeks as the organisers originally intended when they presented the route a year ago. But of course, that with a caveat that we do have, as we were reminded rather disappointingly for Simon Yates and Mitchelton Scott this morning, that the coronavirus is still around. And of course, we have the threat of bad weather in the final week. We have that at every single Giro d'Italia. I know that people are saying, well, it's because it's been moved to October. I don't think there's too much of a difference between the threat between May and October, to be honest. It's luck either way. At the minute, the forecast isn't great for the Stelvio, and it's probably a little worse, actually, for the stages due to take place in the Western Alps, the stage that takes us into France in particular. Thinking of the Colle dell'Agnello. Steven Kruijswijk might be pretty happy that we've no Colle dell'Agnello in prospect. Not official, of course. There's talk of alternatives, but that's a decision that will be taken in around 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks today, in fact. That's Isola di Campi. Close enough to the main line, yet you could swim across. Not too much going on when you get there, though. Pit stop here, halfway across. They're taking the easier route there. That's the circuit we're heading to. In and around Vieste, and have time to have a look around Vieste itself, actually. As you said, the Giro d'Italia was last there way back when. 1980s, the late 1980s. 88 the last visit, but the natural sites are certainly worth the visit. Right at the eastern tip of the Gargano Peninsula. And if you remember Peschici and that finish a couple of years ago, that we talked about early on in the broadcast, it's just a few kilometres south of Peschici, actually. This is where today's finish line stands. That finish line we had in Peschici was uphill, wasn't it? The last couple of kilometres up through the winding streets. One of the most spectacular locations of a list full of spectacular locations we've been lucky to visit in the history of the Giro d'Italia. And today one of these 6 riders is going to get there first. And for all of our viewers, particularly in the United Kingdom, getting very excited, the social media has been awash with well wishes for Alex Dowsett. It's a big opportunity for him. But let's not forget about Matthew Holmes. He's a little less well known of a British rider. Of course, he's come along a little later. Dowsett now into his 30s. Already a Giro d'Italia stage winner. He's been around the World Tour peloton for a while. But Matthew Holmes, just 26. And another Lancastrian, hoping to do his top best. That'll remind everybody of that. He's from Wigan, is Matthew Holmes. Has ridden on the national circuit for quite a while with first Team Rally and then Madison Genesis. Which we know that the national circuit is struggling, and even more so because of the economic impact and the fact that it's difficult to organise races in these corona times. But well played to teams such as Rally and Madison Genesis for sticking through riders and with riders. And he had a very good domestic palmarès, didn't he, Matthew Holmes? Top 5 in Yorkshire, top 10 on a couple of occasions. I think last year he was just outside the top 5. I know 3 or 4 years ago he was definitely in the top 5. He's been up there in the Tour of Britain as well. But his biggest result came right at the start of his World Tour career this year, when he stopped Richie Porte winning on Willunga Hill. A little less further on in his development is the man at the back here, Simone Ravanelli. First year outside of the under-23s. First year outside of the Continental Division. And he's in a second division team now, but a team that is always going to give Italian riders opportunities at the Giro d'Italia. And, well, they have opportunities, but responsibilities as well when you're in Androni. I think you're made to feel straight away that if you're in the Giro team, you must be a part of it, you must attack, you must get in breakaways. Koenig Quick-Step still at the front. Nobody interested from behind. We've had it confirmed now, really. Nobody else interested in winning the stage today. Once the break went and the way it developed, nobody's even really had a sniff apart from that moment when Fuglsang had a wobble and Nibali and Trek Segafredo just put the pace on.
And Emilio Caiso has sat at the front pretty much all day as well, at least in the breakaway. Okay, they've got over 10 minutes, but you know, they're kind of swapping turns. So you know, Caiso been at the front of the peloton from what, about, you know, 20 k's out when, you know, the break had settled, and, you know, Koenig Quick-Step just put one rider on the front of the peloton. It's getting to 36 kilometres to go, 10 kilometres away from hitting the circuit, so I wouldn't think that especially the Israel Startup Nation riders would want to come onto the circuit without having a go at trying to kind of distance the others.
There's Nibali coming back from the car. We just saw a little problem for Ravanelli there mechanically, and a man who isn't very experienced, we just talked about that. He's the man with the least experience in the breakaway, 25 years of age at his first Giro, come out of some fairly decent under-23 results. Not spectacular, but fairly decent. It can't be good for his confidence, that. We don't know him as a character, but it certainly can't help that he's having to go back to the car there, and maybe a few nerves.
Yeah, I don't know what the problem was. He could do without it for sure, but he's got the car behind, and you know, another little bit of opportunity just to kind of hold on to the car and get it sorted. But yeah, I would think that we have to see some attacks before this climb. It's a steep one, and you know, the likes of maybe Puccio, Ravanelli are waiting for the finishing circuit, but for Israel Startup Nation, I think they would want to try, because they've got two riders there, they would want to try something before we go onto the circuit and try and put one of their riders in front, the other one to benefit, and once the other one comes back, you know, the other rider to have a go, because they have got two in this breakaway of 6.
So we can expect the first move from Israel Startup Nation, the only team that has never won a Grand Tour stage in this group. We know that it's coming. We know that they've been spending a lot of money on big name riders. But could the day be the day with their two-time trialists? And as you said at the start of the day, between them, they have 30 professional victories. They are the big name riders in terms of wins in this group. Peter Sagan's been back to the car as well. It's been the sort of rhythm where the leaders themselves have been going back to the cars for chats rather than sending domestiques back. Just alongside him there, wearing number 6, is Aurélien Paré-Peintre, the man in the AG Desert La Mondiale jersey. It looked as though Sagan was actually on his way back there because he had his hand up. That's another tower along the way, another lookout tower, this time San Felice, built in the 1500s. Clean glasses. As we remarked earlier on in the week, actually, I knew he was a fluent English and Italian speaker, but didn't know he spoke Polish as well, with the Sagan, from that graphic. And the Polish members of this team tend to speak Italian in the team as well. We've already had brilliant interviews, haven't we, from Bodnar and as well as Maika, riders who spent a long time in Italy. All of them with their northern accents from when they worked there. And roads for the youth teams and development teams. I think we've just seen the modern San Felice Tower, and this is the Arco of San Felice. And Freya Adams has just been in touch on Twitter saying that the scenery is so stunning today that she's ordered a travel guide to southern Italy, already planning the next jolly holidays. I said all those caves are, if anybody's in the know about the diving in that area, that interests me. Now then, we're going to get a bike change, I think, from Ravanelli. There was a look at what the problem was before. And this is a smart move, isn't it? Psychologically as well, because a brand new bike, plenty of time to do it, not thinking about what might not be working on the other. He'll feel better now, won't he?
Yeah, the bikes are set up the same anyway, but no two bikes are exactly the same. But, you know, better to change. Like you say, if something's not quite right, you don't want it to have any problems in the run into the final, because this is a huge opportunity for this young man, the Italian. And, you know, Gianni Savio in the car behind, he would dearly love to see him win, but still no action at the front. We have got some action at the front of the peloton, of course. We've got the Colombian Scotch.
Change.
Yeah. With Alvaro Hodge to front, giving the old man Elio Kaiser a turn.
Surprised you recognise his Scottish heritage, seeing as he hasn't won yet. He was disappointing yesterday, actually, let's be honest, Alvaro Hodge. And he disappointed his teammate, didn't he? Because we saw Davide Ballerini shaking his head. Ballerini was the man leading out. And Hodge didn't follow his wheel. I think he hung back. And he was on the wheel, was it of Sagan maybe? It was either Sagan or Demar who was there. And there was a real shake of the head because Ballerini and Hodge finished together in the sprint, didn't they? And as lead-out man and sprinter, that's not the way you want to do it. Unless, of course, you're first and second.
No, I think Gaviria upset him a little bit by sitting down and not going anywhere. And he had to almost push him out the way to get by. So I think he get in the way. When you get on the wheel of Gaviria, you expect that, you know, he's going to go for the win, but with about 200 metres to go, he sat down, he never had the legs, and I think that's what put Alvaro Hodge off. But I don't think he would have get close to Sagan and Demar.
Here we go again. Porto Nuovo. Stage to watch Bocca Aperta, open-mouthed. Not just the geography, I think we mentioned the wildlife protected in this national park. Ornithologists watching. This is where we need Jono. He's a keen ornithologist. Or Jonathan Harris Bass. Plenty of different species, though. When we drove into Peschici that day, there was a huge lake to the north. You can see it on the map, actually, just to the north of the northern end of the peninsula. And I think that was a huge bird sanctuary as well. Lots of species resident there.
Yeah, I'm familiar with a lot of the kind of British birds, but they have different species, you know, throughout the world, and especially here as well.
I didn't know you're a bird watcher, Brian.
Yeah, I used to be a twitcher when I was younger.
It looks as though there's plenty to see here. And for the first time, Ilio Kesa not working. It's about Alvaro Hodge, the Colombian. That's the full team, by the way. Almeida in pink. Knox, Masnada also up there in the GC. Seri is the man for all-terrain, like Honoré. And we know that Ballerini and Hodge are the sprinters. No stage win at the Giro last year for the Koenig Quick-Step. It's a strange situation, that was. Seeing them come to the Grand Tour. Now we've got to move. And it's Alex Dowsett on the hill, trying to take advantage. It's kicking off in the breakaway. And with 30 kilometers to go, the first attack has been made. It's down to Holmes to change. Puccio doesn't want to miss out either.
Yeah, I don't think it, you know, we said Israel Startup Nation have to instigate this, have to start it off, because they can't wait. Puccio going across, and Brendley will just sit on the back here, but Ravanelli has been forced to chase. Roscoff as well, Matt Holmes, but it looks as if they'll come back together. Just watch the man at the back, whether he goes over the top of the attack from Alex Dowsett.
The attacks have begun. First closed. We welcome those of you watching on the television back from the advert break with the news that Alex Dowsett has just attacked. 30 kilometers to go. He's made a move. It was initially Holmes who tried to close, then Puccio and Ravanelli on the back as well. The games have started, and as Brian Smith suspected just 10-15 minutes ago, it would be the Israel Startup Nation who were playing their cards right. No victory yet. But the first moves have come, and we're inside the last 30k. They've got all the gap to play with in the world. The breakaway is going to come from this 6 riders. At the minute, it's Dowsett going with Puccio and Ravanelli wanting to make sure everybody pulls their weight in the chase.
Yeah, that was a strong turn from Ravanelli, just showing he's a little bit of an experience, having to make another effort now to go with Holmes and Roscoff. But as soon as it all comes back together, just watch the man in the back, Brandley. I think he has to go over the top, keep the pressure on, and I think that's what Israel Startup Nation have to do.
Well, Puccio's obviously keen, given the fact that he closed the gap straight away to Dowsett. He might fancy his chances, actually, when it comes to the hillier stuff later on as well. For now, they've been closed again as Dowsett puts in another dig just before they get onto the wheel again. The fun has kicked off. It's all happening at the Giro d'Italia. And a reminder that if you're away watching on the advert break there, if you'd like to watch uninterrupted and not miss a pedal stroke, it's the Eurosport app or the GCN Race Pass. Now, tomorrow you'll be able to follow Paris Tour and Gent-Wevelgem as well, if that's your preference. So 6 back together. Dowsett's put in the first dig. What happens now, Brian Smith?
Yeah, Brendley just rolled to the front. Whether we missed the attack as we were looking at front of the peloton, but he was at the back of the 6 riders. Yeah, Dowsett has to go again, and this is what we'll see. We're getting close to this circuit, and when we come onto the circuit, we've got this steep climb, and Puccio looked really up for it, as he would. A big opportunity to win the stage here. Ganas had won 2 stages for Ineos, and they're looking for the 3rd with Puccio. But when we come onto the circuit, it's 900 metres, 9.3%, but I don't think Israel Startup Nation can afford to kind of sit back. They have to keep on 1-2, 1-2 the whole time.
So they're coming into Vieste now at the front. Meanwhile, I think they're about 7 kilometres behind in this group. And Puccio is already looking for everybody to pull their weight. So that first attack has disrupted the rhythm of the group. It's disrupted how everybody sits, where they sit, and what sort of weight they're pulling.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Brendley. He's just kind of rolling through. Keeps on doing that. Instead of attacking, he rolls through. So maybe he's not on a good day. Maybe he's kind of just trying to kind of set things up for Alex Dowsett.
Perhaps they're waiting for the better terrain as well, because they're coming to town here, aren't they, in the entrance to the circuit, and 1 full lap around Vieste. Once they go out of town and the climbs start again, they're the ramps to attack on, aren't they?
Maybe not for Brendley, because he's a bigger rider, maybe suffer on that climb. That's why I thought he would use the flat to his advantage, because this is what he does best. But he's just rolling through yet again. Dowsett just going to sit in the wheel or just ease up. This is an opportunity now. Brendley look behind. Matt Holmes sees it and comes past. But you cannot let someone like Brendley or Alex Dowsett go. They've got some power in the flat and very good time trialists, but still all together, and we're almost on the circuit.
Well, the last time that Brendley won a race outside of the national championships that wasn't a time trial was in Oman. And I remember being there on the day and watching him pull in quite a really strong ride, actually, on a pretty hilly circuit. And I was surprised with the ride on that day, but he was on some form back in 2015 there. It was just a few months after he'd taken 2 stage wins, of course, in the Tour of Britain, on the road as well. He has not been winning on the road since the Austrian National Championships in 2016. It's all been time trials since then. It's not a lack of tactical knowledge either, because he'll be getting some talk from the car, and we've got a bit of a truce here. Nobody really wanting to show their cards too much, Brian.
No, I think when we come onto the circuit now, I think Matt Holmes, one of the kind of better climbers in this group, has to use this climb to his advantage, and I think that's what he's waiting on. So we drop into town. We're on the circuit now, so when we hit this sharp climb out of town, I think Matt Holmes would be the one, trying to distance the other riders.
Well, we'll have an intermediate sprint on the finish line on the Lungomare Europa. That's with 14.5 kilometres to go. Remember, the sprint not really much of consequence at all for these guys. That's because there's only 3 2 and 1 bonus seconds available there. As we've said already throughout the day, they don't pose a threat to anybody in the general classification, these 6 riders. closest to the pink jersey is at 34 minutes 30 seconds. So 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds aren't going to make a blind bit of difference. We're into Vieste now.
Yeah, soon be on this climb. We're just coming around this kind of big roundabout, and 17% maximum on this climb, Rob.
And here goes Holmes. Here goes Holmes on the right-hand side. He's following because Rosskopf is also launching at the same time. Third wheel, you can just see Brenly sitting in there. Nobody able to distance anybody yet. In the orange, it's Joey Rosskopf, the man from the United States. 4 wins in his career. Not really been a man to win too much on European roads, though. And what happens now? Is this the terrain for Holmes?
Yes, I think he has it. If he's got the legs, you know, as soon as Rosskopf eases up, if Matt Holmes has got the legs, now's the time to try something, but it's Puccio.
Salvatore Puccio on the right-hand side then. No wins in his career, and he's putting distance into riders. Puccio looks behind, can't carry it on. He pulled out a little bit of a gap there. Brenly is the first to be dropped. Brenly the first to be dropped, and seriously losing contact now as Puccio takes Holmes with him. And then there's a gap to Joey Rosskopf in the orange. Salvatore Puccio, is today finally his day? 25 kilometres to go, and your suspicions about Brenly's form, Brian, I think are being proved right now.
Yeah, didn't look to have it, and never really attacked. But Puccio and Holmes, this is their territory. I don't know.
Israel Startup Nation, though, sorry, Brian, but Israel Startup Nation are really in danger of losing it all now, because Dowsett is also being dropped into 5th place in the sort of line of riders. Ravanelli just went round him. It's still 2 guys bossing it at the front, with Puccio for Ineos Grenadiers, the Italian, and the British rider for the Belgian team, Lotto Soudal, on his wheel here, just getting out of the saddle. He's in the white, red and black.
That's what I was saying, running into the circuit. I'm surprised they left it so late. Israel Startup Nation, you know, what they wanted to do was, you know, have one of their riders, you know, off the front, maybe with 20-30 seconds advantage, and, you know, got up this climb in front of the rest. But Rosskopf may make it back up. Alex Dowsett is really fighting Ravanelli, but you can think that if Puccio and Matt Holmes decide to ride together, then, you know, they'll put distance on the others. But Rosskopf's really fighting to come across here.
Well, that is the thing that needs to be sorted out if they're to stay away here. They need to work together for now. They have to become a team. Matthew Holmes at the front, Salvatore Puccio at the back. And it's a 2-man team time trial to stay away if they can. They both look around at exactly the same time. Holmes already victorious this season. A long, long time ago, and in the pre-corona times, if you like, certainly before most of the world became aware of it. Stage on Willunga Hill at the Tour Down Under. Now, Joey Rosskopf has an opportunity to get in here, and that could make it a very interesting trio.
Yeah, the only thing for Rosskopf, he suffered that climb. On that climb, we've got another lap to go, and we're going to have another ascent. So you would think that this stage looks as if it's between Matt Holmes and Salvatore Puccio.
Well, there is terrain to play with before that. Do not count out Joey Rosskopf just yet, but they need to get organised if they don't want anybody else to come back in.
I think for Joey Rosskopf to win this now, he has to think smart about it. Maybe on the circuit before the hill, maybe trying to get away, use his, you know, his power, his time trial prowess to try and, you know, get a gap before that final climb, because I really think he'll suffer on the next lap. But Puccio looks good, but Matt Holmes up for this task as well.
Looking at 20 seconds now to Brenly, Ravanelli and Dowsett.
But look at the roads here, and this hill. You know, I was saying it's going to be of interest to the bunch as well. As soon as the peloton come onto this, there could be some gaps and some good racing as well.
An opportunity maybe before that mountain stage for this truce to end and the fight for pink to resume. We've had a calm last hour and a half at the Giro d'Italia, but it is all bursting into life once more. A stage win up for grabs for the breakaway. We had 6, we now have 3, and this trio putting time into those they've dropped. Behind, Brendley, Ravanelli and Dowsett. But this trio on the screen right now playing out the victory. 22 kilometres still remain, and it's Salvatore Puccio, who's never won a professional bike race in his life, alongside Joey Rosskopf and Matthew Holmes.
See,
British
Brendley's back up.
representation, Italians and the Americans up there.
Brendley's back up with Dowsett. He just struggled in the steep part of the climb, and we thought, well, I thought he would do, so they may come back. This is some serious firepower for Israel Startup Nation with Dowsett and Brendley. So Brendley looks as if he's going to be trying to drag Alex Dowsett back to the front of this race. It's only 14 seconds.
Well, they'll keep working. They go into the finish line. Passage of the finish line is the intermediate sprint. That is at just under 15 kilometres to go. And out again past Piazza Garibaldi and up that climb that we saw.
I just think they've played it slightly wrong in their running. They should have kept up the attacks instead of just kind of rolling through. Ravanelli doing the right thing at the moment, but he might want to start to take a couple of turns now, because if he doesn't take a turn, if they don't get back, then he doesn't have any chance of winning the stage. So I think Ravanelli, instead of sitting on the two riders from Israel Startup Nation, has to contribute to the chase.
Is that what you'd be telling him if you were the sports director now? 12 seconds?
Yeah, you have to. You cannot just kind of sit back and hope that they go back to the front of the race. You have to kind of help out a little bit. Okay, just do your turn, don't do as long as the others. But for the moment, the three riders are looking good for the stage. But Dowsett and Brendley and Ravanelli have got a good opportunity of coming back here.
Just 11 seconds now. It's coming very close once more. And I think, thankfully for the marshals and everybody, the peloton's going to get here before these guys get around again. They're going to come onto the circuit, and they're not going to be lapped or anything like that. 10 minutes, 30 seconds. That's the chasing group. They can see them up ahead here. There are two cars in the gap at the moment, even though it's only 11 seconds. Had been coming down quickly. It had been moving. We saw 4 or 5 seconds chopped off, but it's not really budging at the minute. This will be the point when there's just 5 kilometres to go once they get here next time. In fact, 6 Ks to go, pardon me. As it stands, we have 1 and a bit laps, so it's 20 Ks to the finish. And this is the beach in Vieste. Peloton are heading here, and this is where we'll want to start to look at this group a little more as well, isn't it, Brian? Because we've seen the roads, we've seen the climb. There is an invitation to attack if you'd like.
Yeah, there is an opportunity, and I think some riders will take this opportunity. So you really have to be attentive, and if we see a bit more of a race into town, they'll know that steep climb could make up some differences. If you're Sagan thinking of the points, that it's going to be a hard climb for the likes of Demar on the final lap. So we're going to see some racing from the peloton for sure. Whether we're going to see anybody from the general classification make any big efforts, I'm very much doubtful. But I'm thinking now that the 6 in front are going to come back together. But you have to feel for Israel Startup Nation that they're going to suffer the next time up the climb, because they suffered the last time up the climb.
Will these guys be conscious of that? Will they know that? Will they be confident, given the fact that they've worked so hard to get back on as well, that they'll still have something to give themselves and have another opportunity to drop them again?
Yeah, they know that the climb, the 2 strongest riders on the climb were Puccio and Matt Holmes, so I don't think now they've kind of settled down. I think that they're realising that the other 3 will come back. They are stronger on the climb, so they'll just wait for the climb the last time up.
And the racing has started behind the peloton. A minute off the gap to the front. They're onto the more difficult town roads again now, and it is Jumbo-Visma coming to the front alongside the Koenig Quick-Step to keep their riders safe. Theo Gegenhardt is being protected as well by Filippo Ganna. And once more, the Koenig Quick-Step looking after Joao Almeida. On the left-hand side, Boaro appears, as he always does when there's danger being smelled. And he's looking after Jakob Fuglsang. Just behind, Vincenzo Nibali and Trek Segafredo. The game's on. Out the the front. We knew that already, but it's certainly on two out the back as they come together once more. 6 riders and Roscoff is going to follow that immediate attack from Israel Startup Nation.
Well, it wasn't really an attack. It was like the two of the riders from Israel Startup Nation went into the corner. Alex Dowsett let the wheel go. And this is what Brandley has to do. He should have done it coming into town. They should do the 1-2. They know if they get to this climb with 10 kilometres to go that, you know, there's other stronger climbers, so they have to keep this up. They've brought the riders back. They've brought the group back. Alex, now's the time to go. Now's the time to go.
And here he goes. Alex Dowsett attacking on the right-hand side after Brendley had set him up yet again. It's attack number 2 from the time trialer from Essex. Who's going to follow this time? They play poker for a little bit, and this is where a dangerous gap could open. They all look around at each other, and Dowsett is getting a gap. It's becoming a serious one.
Yeah, and he's very good at this, and he'll put the power down. Excellent time trialist and knows what he has to do, and this is what they had to do coming into town. And okay, they're doing it now, and Brendley doing the right thing. He's just second wheel. They're starting to look at each other. You got to remember the other riders have made huge efforts now. They know this climb's coming again, and they don't, on the flat here are slightly undulating. They know that they're trying to save something for this final climb. Everybody's sitting on pit wheel for the time being, and Alex takes time trialing, gaining about 10 seconds.
So 10 seconds with Puccio at the front, not getting the help. And this is Brendley on the radio. What's he saying, Brian?
He's just telling them that they're stalling here. Keep it going 100% now. Keep it going. And all Brendley has to do is police things behind. He just has to go with every attack. It's harder said than done, but you know what Alex has to do? He has to get 20-30 seconds now before this climb, because they know that Puccio and Matt Holmes are good that last time up. And bit of a kind of headwind at the moment. Nobody wanting to take it up. Puccio just sitting on the front. You know, it's these riders here at the back are just waiting for the final time up the hill, while Alex is gaining and gaining all the time. Now 18 seconds.
30 seconds. Is that seriously the gap you think he needs up here?
Well, he lost about almost 20 seconds the last time up, and the other riders have been tired. I think he needs at least 30 seconds if he's got a chance of winning.
Here's Roscoff with a bit of a counter-attack. He's got Puccio on his wheel, trying to restart this group again, I think. 22 seconds. It's getting very, very serious now for Alex Dowsett, and an opportunity for a second career Giro d'Italia stage win.
The thing is, swings and roundabouts, just when you thought it was all over in the climb, they come back and, you know, they do what I thought they should have done coming onto the circuit. And now Alex, time trial modes. 16 seconds. I think he still needs about 30 seconds because Puccio and Matt Holmes look good. But the good thing about it is it's kind of slightly kind of downhill on the way back into town.
And the last time that Alex Dowsett won a race on the road outside of a time trial was his first professional victory. It was stage 5 of the Tour de Poitou-Charentes. Very different level. 9 years ago. This is something very different for Dowsett. This is something completely new to him at this level.
Yeah, he is an exceptional talent. Okay, he hasn't won much on the road. He tends to thrive on time trial efforts, but this is a time trial effort now. And Brendley just second place all the time. Roscoff, he's looking around. He's I know that Puccio and Matt Holmes are waiting for the climb. They reckon they could close about 30 seconds on Alex Dowsett. And so what Roscoff is doing here is helping the others, I just have to think.
Well, this is a real opportunity for Dowsett to write his name into the history and the foundations of this team. They've been coming to Grand Tours for a couple of years now, haven't they? They made their Tour de France debut this year. They've been at the Giro d'Italia. This is their 3rd edition running, and they've not won a stage. Alex Dowsett could become the man they all refer to in the future if they go on to great success. Dowsett is 1 lap away, 15 kilometers away from making history. We know he's done it at the Giro d'Italia in a time trial before. He is the only Grand Tour stage winner out of the breakaway today. He has the pedigree. We know he's done it in the time trial. Now he has to do it in a road race. 24 seconds and growing with 1 lap to go. Dowsett in Vieste. He's got to ride around the roads he's just been getting to know. And he's got to do it all alone. He's got to do it against the clock. And that is exactly what he knows best. Alex Dowsett, with 1 lap to go in Vieste, out the front and looking to become the first ever Grand Tour stage winner from the Israel Startup Nation. The bell rings, and Brian Smithy has a golden opportunity.
He's got a huge opportunity now, and you know the riders behind him are starting to look at this climb, trying to kind of save something for this climb. They know that you know, they're going to have to make a huge effort if they want to bring back Alex Dowsett. And Alex Dowsett just has to forget about the riders behind, ride a time trial, which you know he's good at, not save anything at all. He'll just time trial his way to victory, and getting close to that kind of 30-second mark. This is looking better and better for Alex Dowsett now.
It's gone beyond that magic 30-second mark. 33 seconds as the chasers come across the finish line. Onto the last lap they go. And we're going to keep an eye on 2 races at once here. This is the pink jersey group. First time up the climb, nothing doing. But they're going around the second time. We had all that fight for position, but no real attacks yet. Alex Dowsett knows the road. He knows that it goes uphill pretty soon again. He's got a gap of half a minute. Those 3 bonus seconds, not of any interest to him. Of course, that's just the housekeeping from the intermediate sprint in Vieste. He's there, he's out away, and these are the riders who are chasing. Or at least 4 out of the 5 are chasing.
Yeah, good thing
it's
that
Ravanelli, Puccio and Holmes alongside Roskop, who need to work together to bring him down, but they're not doing it at the minute, Brian.
The good thing that Brendley's here, and he's just following every move. And you have to feel that all the others are saving something for this climb. The gap will come down on the climb. We will see some action from Puccio, at least Matt Holmes, but can they close 33 seconds? Even if Alex Dowsett comes over the top with about 15 seconds advantage, you can still think that he could time trial his way to victory. But yeah, what a huge effort here from Alex Dowsett. Just when you thought that they kind of left it a little bit too late, they got dropped on the climb. They rode together, they came back, and they're playing a blinder at the moment.
Lotus Ural, Ineos Grenadiers, CCC and Androni desperately trying to chase down the Israel Startup Nation. Alex Dowsett on his way to becoming their first ever Giro d'Italia stage winner. They were the only team who turned up here never to have won a Giro stage. And the gap's growing, if anything. 36 seconds. Doing all the work now to get the time in the bank, Brian.
Yeah, he has to push out it while he can on the flatter pit. Just ride his own tempo on the climb. These guys, if they want to win, have to go into the red on the climb. They have to go full gas in the climb. Alex doesn't have to go full gas in the climb. He has to do it in the run up towards it, while the others are just thinking of saving a little bit for that climb because they know they'll have to make a huge effort to shut down 40 seconds now.
Peloton already on that circuit further up the road now. They've been up the climb once. Dowsett heads up second time in a minute. 12.2 kilometres to go. Climb tops out with around 10k's to go. Then we've got those narrow roads we've just seen on the way back to the finish. So Dowsett heading to Viadante Alghieri. That's when he goes uphill again. 40 seconds now. It's looking better and better for the man from Malden. What will they be telling him, Brian? What will the chat be from the car, if there is any here?
It'll just be the time gap. But you can see Alex, he's taking time now on this kind of technical part, the downhill on the corners. He's not taking any risks. He's taking a breath. He's not, taking any risks. He knows that he's got probably about 2 minutes of really hard effort on this climb. Once he gets over that, then he can put the power down. But he's got 40 seconds of a buffer. These guys are just kind of playing around. Brendley, when we thought was out of it, really kind of struggling. Let's get another bottle just coming out from Puccio there. But Brendley is just sitting second wheel, third wheel, and he's the kind of anchor. If the other riders, if they want to win the stage, the other riders have to just let Brendley sit at the back and come round and ride. This is looking even better and better for Alex Dowsett to get a famous win here.
Well, you wondered with the lap here at the end and the climb whether the correct men to be in the breakaway for them today were the two former world hour record holders. You talked about the likes of Holmes and maybe even Roscoff there on that climb, certainly Puccio as well. But right now, we know that they look at details in rather close fashion. They've got Greg Henderson, haven't they, the former rider, who's there, the performance director at Israel Startup Nation. They will be examining the routes. They'll be examining exactly where they need to hold on or push on. And they've done it brilliant here with Alex Dowsett, who's on his way to making history. This is looking brilliant now for the Brits. 50 seconds, and it continues to grow.
Yeah, they're messing around behind. Puccio is the only one doing the riding. Roscoff, Holmes and Ravanelli, I don't know what they're thinking, because you know, this stage is going out the window for them. They've been saving everything they can for this final climb, and I think 53 seconds is too big a gap for them to bring back now.
They'll be dancing in the streets of Malden tonight, maybe. Here's Holmes, though, trying to stop the party. The other British rider, the man from Wigan. It's Sicily's Salvatore Puccio in third place, and Bren Linau has been dropped. But he's done a pretty good job there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done his job, but nobody was helping Puccio at the front, and they were saving themselves for this climb. Puccio now puts in an effort in here, but you can just think that if it was closer, you know, 20-30 seconds, then they could have closed the gap, but the gap is just too much now. Alex is holding on to, you know, just under 50 seconds. It will come down even more, but you can feel that these riders are going into the red a little bit now, where Alex is just riding a time trial at threshold.
This will be a very nervous watch for Dowsett's friends and family watching on. They know how much he's put in this Giro d'Italia, particularly at a time when I know that his partner is pregnant with their first child as well. There's a lot going on in his life, and it could be a lot more to celebrate today. That gap is coming down, though, with 10 kilometres to go. Not worryingly so yet, but this is exactly what you predicted, Brian. The two stronger riders on the climb are taking some time back. You can see Holmes there in the white-black, and you can see the man in the navy, Puccio. We've seen Roscoff dropped, and also just at the base of your picture there, Ravanelli looking at the picture as well. 32 seconds, not quite yet at the top of the climb. Dowsett's almost there, though.
Yeah, I don't think not too much worry from Dowsett. He takes a glance behind. He knows that the gap is coming down, but he's not in the red. He's going to time trial his way up this climb, where Holmes and Puccio have been in the red for the last kind of couple of minutes, and you know, they are really, really trying. Once we get over the top, I think the gap will start to extend a little bit for Alex Dowsett.
Is that Dowsett looking at the numbers and making sure he's not going over the limit, keeping himself something back whilst maintaining an advantage?
That's exactly that. You know, 27 seconds now. You know, these two riders, the closer we get to the finish now, these two riders, and I think Roscoff might make it back up. They'll start looking at each other again. And, you know, they've realised that they've just got to the top of the climb. You know, the lactic acid had built up in the legs onto this descent, and you know, down to 25 seconds now. I really think that Alex Dowsett will start to extend this gap.
He likes stage 8 of the Giro d'Italia. There's Alex Dowsett. It was state 8 where he won last time, and it wasn't too far from where we are now. It was on the east coast. Alex Dowsett won the time trial, a long time trial in 2013, beating Bradley Wiggins by 10 seconds.
Well, he had
here. He has 23 seconds, Brian.
He had 50 odd seconds when we had the climb. Now he's got 23, 25 seconds. I did say that he needed at least 30 seconds to have some sort of buffer. So even if he had 30 seconds, I think he could have almost been brought back. But he's on this descent. He just has to be wary of and not take any risks. But from what I see so far, he hasn't.
3 riders chasing behind. If they work together, do they have a chance against the power of Dowsett?
Yeah, of course they have. They've got 9 kilometres to be able to do that, but they'll work. But when you're in a group of 3 here, you're always thinking of saving that little bit, and you know, to close 27 seconds on someone that kind of specialises in, you know, time trial, and I think it's going to be very difficult to bring Alex Dowsett back.
Oh, it's going to be ever so more difficult to social distance in Essex tonight. The party's will be getting started. The longer this goes on, with that gap as it is, it's not 1 hour, 4 minutes and 45 as the graphic says, unfortunately for Alex Dowsett. It was more like 26 seconds. But they're working here. This is Roskopf in the orange. Holmes just behind him. And then Puccio at the back. A 3-up team time trial against one of the most noted individual time trialists in the world. 27 seconds for Dowsett. 8 kilometers to go. 12.5 minutes, by the way, back to the peloton. If anything happens there, I'm sure we will be shown the action. Remember, Dowsett, the only Giro d'Italia stage winner, the only Grand Tour stage winner out in the group. And unless something bizarre happens here, he's going to add to his tally, because they are losing time to him again, despite the fact that all three are riding and pulling. It's Dowsett all the way. It's Dowsett increasing an advantage. What a ride this is. And he's going into the history books for the Israel Startup Nation. Seven kilometers to withstand the pain for Alex Dowsett. 60 kilometers per hour on the way back to Vieste. The last time he went through the line there, onto the finishing circuit, he had 55 seconds. He lost around 25 seconds on the climb, but he's slowly starting to build an advantage again over the three riders left from those in the chase. Dowsett was part of an original six-man breakaway. His teammate Matthias Brendle was there as well. At one stage, they almost lost the opportunity to take this race. They worked together behind. Brendle sacrificed his own chances for those of his British teammate. And Israel Startup Nation are well on their way to taking their first ever victory at the Giro d'Italia. Alex Dowsett, the man to do that, 7 years after he took a win for Movistar in the same race. That was the time trial. This is a road race, and Dowsett hasn't won one of those in 9 long years. It's a really special day for the man from Maldon in Essex, the 32-year-old who's been around for a long time, who works hard at his craft and is looking like pulling off a very big one from the breakaway today, Brian.
Yeah. Very good showing. You know, it went a little bit Pete Tong on the first time up the climb, but on the descent they got their act together. Brendle came back, fought hard, put Alex in the right place, and it was when we went into the corner, the two of them were set up in the corner, and he let the wheel go of Brendle, and you know, forced the other ones to chase, and he was propped at the back. It wasn't a huge out the saddle attack. He just moved to the right hand side, used his power, and then the tactics of having two riders in the breakaway of 6 helped him to be able to do what they're doing now. But the first time up the climb, it was a bit, they thought it wasn't going to be an opportunity for them, but they fought back, and valiantly Alex went on the attack at the right time, got the gap that he needed before the climb, because you can only think if the 6 of them came to that climb together, we would have 3 riders in front, and I don't think Israel Startup Nation would have been able to come back. So they got the tactics right in the end.
Yalla, 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 they'll be saying down in Israel. Their first team at this level on its way to its first victory. 36 seconds, it's not changing, and it's turning in to a celebratory final 4.5 Ks for Dowsett. Roskopf will try, of course, buries himself.
Yeah, try and tell Alex
on his wheel.
He's riding the time trial of his life at the moment. His legs will be screaming, and very good chance of a British 1-2 today.
We shall see. Dowsett will know the gap, surely. He's riding to it. They've been in control of this, apart from that first climb where they almost let it slip. But the way they pulled it back together, and again, great credit to Brendle for his ride today. The Austrian really has contributed. It's been teamwork in the breakaway. I said maybe a nod to Greg Henderson as well, because I know that he studies the route. He's the performance manager. And Israel Startup Nation have come looking for something, and they have found it, I think.
Well, that was
4
the
kilometres
corner
to get the confirmation.
That was a corner that Alex just went round there, that he let the wheel go for Brendley on the last lap. So he's round about where he went on the attack in the previous lap. And at that stage, you thought there's a good opportunity here. And it was the fact that Brendley was in the group behind and just sitting second wheel. Nobody wanted to take it on. They were thinking more of saving their energies for the climb. These riders got it totally wrong, and Israel Startup Nation got it right. When we come onto this circuit, when you get dropped in the climb, you had to think, oh, maybe it's going out the window, but they managed to turn it around, and you know, what an incredible stage when it's going to be for Alex Dowsett.
We just saw in that last image, didn't we, coming across the finish line there, there's nothing doing in the peloton at the moment, and the gap has grown out to 13 minutes again. Let's just see once they get onto these more narrow roads. Doesn't look like it for the minute. They've got to go over that climb once more as well. But it's 3 kilometres now, and Dowsett keeps adding to his lead. Well, they came ready for action today. You can see skin suited up and ready to go. A plan to get in the breakaway. You have to pick your days and plan your days, Brian. Today was always going to be an opportunity. Until we got to around 80 Ks to go, we didn't know that it was definitely the opportunity. But of course, you've still then got to win it from the 6-man group. They've used their numbers well, and Alex Dowsett, I think, is about to reap the rewards. Still making sure, still looking at the numbers, still buried into his own effort.
Yeah, it's getting the time gap, and that's the important part. When he went on the attack, he still had a lot to do. Everybody else behind was thinking of saving something for that climb. Well, Alex just had to bury himself and gain that time beforehand. We all knew that he would lose time on the climb, and he lost probably just over 30 seconds. But you can see he's going really deep now, and rightly so. He's on the cusp of winning a very good stage here.
As soon as they looked around at each other, as soon as the gap was allowed to grow, you knew that Alex Dowsett had a wonderful opportunity. But as so often happens in cycling, it's that little bit of hesitation that can cost you the win.
Well, you know
and
that
no matter how good Dowsett's been today, that's been the case for those chasing, isn't it? It was that moment of hesitation where they failed to get organised quickly that allowed this man to really put time into them.
They had to use their numbers, and
oh dear,
when they came onto the circuit, it didn't look as if they'd played the right game. I thought they kind of should have used their numbers a little bit more coming into the circuit, because Brendley got dropped straight away, but he managed to come back, helped Alex come up, so it was a reset. And the better of the climbers, Puccio and Matt Holmes, I think kind of looked at each other a little bit too much. They lost time in that, this man on this part of the course coming in on the previous lap, and the difference now is the numbers that Israel Startup Nation had in the breakaway. They played the old 1-2. It worked for them. Some days it does, some other days it doesn't. And you know, Alex Dowsett's got enough of a buffer coming into the last time up the climb. Lost over 30 seconds, but still had enough, 23 seconds by the top. And now it's pushing up to almost double that for a very famous victory here.
Approaching the final kilometre. 41 seconds of a gap, another look behind, and there is going to be an opportunity to enjoy this, to savour every pedal stroke, to be in the moment, to realise he is about to make history. Last kilometre for Alex Dowsett. 7 years after taking stage 8 of the Giro d'Italia, he's going to do the same again. This morning, the British rider from Malden in Essex woke up, tweeted, and said he cleaned his teeth before realising he hasn't had a drink of coffee yet. He said he hoped his day picked up because it started with a nightmare. It's going to end with a dream. 500 metres for Alex Dowsett to enjoy. He's already done the hard work. He and his teammate Brendley have schooled the rest. They've played the game, and they are going to be the winners. One last obstacle to get around. Alex Dowsett will be wary of that dog, but as he comes to the line, he's going to do so as a history maker, a record setter, the first ever man to win a Grand Tour stage for the Israel Startup Nation. They now are a proper Grand Tour team. Alex Dowsett has won a road race in a Grand Tour. Alex Dowsett in dreamland. A Giro d'Italia stage winner again. What a day, what a win. Alex Dowsett, take a bow. A moment to savour for the man from Malden. What a day. And not just for the rider himself. The team has finally arrived on the big time. Behind they play for the places. Puccio coming close and yet again not close enough. Roskopf is there. Holmes looking around. Every place prestigious here. Dowsett's taken the stage, but there's 500 metres for a bit of cat and mouse. Are we going to get that British 1-2? Holmes waits, third wheel. Roskopf has ridden his heart out for CCC. He's looking for a contract next year. Puccio wanting that reward after all the years of hard work. Finish line ahead. And after 200 kilometres of really hard racing, they think about launching it. They half launch it, and then Matthew Holmes goes for it. It's Holmes at the front for Lotto Soudal. Can Puccio recover? He's right on the wheel at the minute, but here comes Roskopf on the left-hand side. It's Puccio on the left, and Puccio all the way. Puccio comes through and just takes it ahead of Matthew Holmes, who finishes third. And it's hard lines just off the podium on the day for Joey Roskopf. We keep an eye on the peloton here. Doesn't look like too much of a move, but the Koenig Quick-Step approaching what I think is this climb are at the front and have the pink jersey well positioned, Brian.
Yeah, it looks as if they're actually over the climb now, so it didn't look as if MD's taken an advantage on the climb. I just thought maybe Sagan might have been thinking of trying to gain some points, but yeah, great effort from the Brits today. And great effort from all these 6 riders that were in the breakaway, because they put themselves in with a chance of a win.
Ravanelli's going to finish the worst off the lot. 2 in the top 5 for Israel Startup Nation, and Matthias Brunley and company, they will be celebrating tonight. Ha ha ha, look at what it means to them. Dowsett's taken the win. Brunley certainly helped him, and he's also finished in 5th. A good ride, another big day out for Androni Giocattoli, who are there every day, this time with Ravanelli. Magliarosa safely on the left-hand side. Looks as though they're all thinking about tomorrow, Brian.
Yeah, they certainly are, and Sagan and co not really kind of thinking about making any big efforts today.
It's a long line behind. Of course, narrow roads, they're all stronger, I guess, and there will have been gaps opened up on wheels, but there's really nobody pushing on at all, is there?
No, nobody at all. Just look at this man here, look at his face, so pleased with this. I think he couldn't believe
he's right to be.
Yeah, couldn't believe it. But Alex, you've won a road stage of the Giro d'Italia to go with the time trial stage win all those years ago.
There's something about stage 8 and Alex Dowsett. There's something about the East Coast and Alex Dowsett. He's done it again, this time from a very different situation. And look at his face. I can promise behind those masks there are beaming smiles. This was the sprint to the line again. Puccio coming through the centre there, just taking it ahead of Holmes. And a second place for Salvatore Puccio. Another good day in the breakaway. He looks like he has enough form to try again at some point, Puccio.
He does, and yeah, it was always going to be difficult with two riders from one team, but maybe not the strongest of climbers. And you know, they made a mistake when he never shut down the attack from Alex. But I think it was the right time that Alex went on the attack. He never really went out the saddle. He just moved to the right-hand side, and I think the riders are starting to feel a little bit tired. But it was the time that Alex put in from there to the bottom of the hill that won him the stage.
7 kilometers to go for the peloton into the finish line today in Vieste. And they begin to turn their mind to tomorrow. San Salvo to Roccaraso. A stage that wasn't originally on the map in Abruzzo, but has been added. And this rhythm here is designed to protect leaders, to keep them at the front. You can see on the left-hand side the turquoise jerseys belonging to Jakob Fuglsang. They've saved the day after a nervous moment on the descent in the biggest climb of the day. Trek Segafredo up there with Vincenzo Nibali, just as they were when Fuglsang was having his incident. The Koenig Quickstep on the left as we look at it now, and just trying to sneak a position there, not too far behind them, is the team belonging to, or the team that is around, I should say, Peter Sagan and Rafał Majka, the Bora Hansgrohe team. Oh dear, now what's happened here? This is a mechanical for Koen Bouwman. Thankfully for Jumbo-Visma, he is not one of their leaders, but he is there or thereabouts in the GC, 5 minutes down. They'll want to keep him up on time as much as possible. Sense they will have a job to do tomorrow anyway for Stefan Kruijswijk. How's the pink jersey going to get on tomorrow? Because it's a big test for Joao Almeida, isn't it, going into the rest day?
Yeah, I think he'll step up. You know, they'll work hard for him. Tomorrow's stage is, it's got a first category climb kind of halfway through the stage, a second, and then finishes on a first. But yeah, I think Almeida will be good. I think the Koenig Quickstep will want to take that jersey into the rest day. He's got enough of a buffer anyway. I don't think he's going to unship a lot of time in tomorrow's stage. But yeah, it looks like a day, I think Bradley mentioned it earlier, an opportunity for the peloton just to kind of relax a little bit. The fact that nobody's taken any opportunities on this finishing lap says a lot. They're just prepared to kind of roll round, and we'll see a little bit of a sprint from Sagan and Demar in a few moments as well. But yeah, just taking a bit of a hard-earned kind of semi kind of rest day today.
It's had that feel of it for the last 80 kilometres, hasn't it, really? I just wondered on that circuit if anybody would make any sort of effort. It would only take one team to do that and the dominoes would fall. And by that I mean everybody having to react. Just see on these roads that everyone's pointing out the obstacles. And there's still been a couple of incidents and crashes today. A couple of additions to the infirmary and the pedalling wounded. It'll have to be looked after. And of course, unfortunately, we've lost another rider, haven't we, in the shape of Ben Gastart. Rider from AG La Mondiale. Added to those 5 riders this morning who failed to start the stage. One of them, of course, with coronavirus. Joining us late, I'm afraid, Simon Yates, no longer involved. Well, I've already had the Lord Mayor's show here, Brian. Peloton coming in afterwards. their opportunity to entertain. Their arena to fight for pink will come tomorrow on the slopes of Roccaraso. We go to Abruzzo, one of the most wild and mountainous regions of Italy, where the Apennines start really. And we'll head away from the coast and into the slopes of the Apennines and up them to Roccaraso. Finishing at Aremonia, I think, on Roccaraso. Say that, maybe needed an eye test. I'm trying to strain to look at the map from where I'm sitting. But it replaces one of the sprint days we had in Hungary, and we said there'd been a bit of a tipping of the balance. This Giro d'Italia originally a very pleasant looking first week for sprinters. It's still not looking bad. We've got a couple of days next week coming up. Final week as well. Should provide one nailed-on opportunity. Maybe a chance to spray some sparkling wine in Asti. That is our pan flat stage. Next week we go to Monselice. Rimini as well. Should be a sprint opportunity. But mountains tomorrow. And all of the general classification riders wanting to arrive at the foot of the mountains in the best of health and condition possible without losing any time. And this is exactly what you're seeing on the screen now. It's the basic exercise of ticking the day off. Well, those of you who enjoyed Alex Dowsett's win, hang around with us because we can get confirmation of exactly what's happened today. We'll get the full top 10. Remember, still places to fight it out for. We've got a possible change in the Maglia Ciclamino standings, although Arnaud Démare will keep the jersey today. And we're going to hear from Bernie Eisel as well, his review of that performance. Almost 5 hours of racing today, and 2Ks remain. De Koenig quick step on the front. It's a long time since I remember a stage like this, actually, Brian, where there's been absolutely no will from anybody else to control things behind.
Yeah, I think we had one in the tour where there was no breakaway that stage, but in a Giro d'Italia, it's you know, you normally get kind of one, maybe two stages like this where the breakaway goes, but then again we see some attacking racing as we get to the finish from the peloton today. I thought we might have seen something, but yeah, a lot of riders just prepared just to roll in towards the finish and you know, save it for another day.
So here we go then. Opportunity maybe to take points in the Maglia Ciclamino, and well, Koenig quick step for keeping the Maglia Rosa very, very safe. The Maglia Ciclamino himself not in the shot yet. Peter Sagan is moving up, however, inside the final kilometre now. Koenig quick step at the front. On the left-hand side, you see Consonni and Viviani moving up in the red and white. Gaviria not far away from them. Maglia Ciclamino himself a little further back. In fact, he's way out of position here. We come into the finish now. Are we going to get any moves whatsoever? You can see Consonni through the middle with Viviani. Vendrame and Matthews are going to have a go on the right-hand side. That is Vendrame moving up. Matthews boxed in, and I think it's going to be Cofidis who are going to lead them across. You can see now Gaviria through the middle. Sagan looks like he's not bothering too much. Same can be said of Arnaud Démare. Matthews on the far side on the left as we look at it now. Ballerini on the right. You can see Gaviria coming through. It's a confidence-winning sprint this, though, from Michael Matthews. Where was Sagan? Where was Démare?
I don't think Démare is in this group. Sagan just at the back of the group.
Well, Matthews showing that he can beat Gaviria as well. Obviously very different than a big bunch sprint. But no more points for Démare who just comes across there, actually, on the right-hand side. All of the headlines about this man. Stage 8 of the Giro d'Italia, just as it was in 2013, goes to Alex Dowsett. The British rider does it this time from a brilliant breakaway on one of the very entertaining finishes we've had at this year's Giro d'Italia. Israel Startup Nation have a Grand Tour stage win for the first time in their relatively short history. And he'll always be remembered as the man, however long this team lasts, however long they're in the sport, the man who started the party for them, Brian.
Yeah, very much so. And he doesn't get many of these opportunities, but he certainly took it today. They were on the back foot a little bit the first time up the climb, but you can just see how much it means to him. And, you know, well done, Alex. They played it well in the end, having two riders in the breakaway. Just a thought this morning of getting in the breakaway first and foremost, just keeping the gears down, you know, having two riders there. And, you know, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all to win. And it was just a time when he attacked, came through the finish, and it was a time he put into the others. The others started thinking about the climb more than anything, but this man had flown. He'd started the climb with just over 50 seconds advantage, came down to 23 seconds, but he was just kind of time trialling up it where the others were going in the red. So well done, Alex Dowsett.
Alex Dowsett, who yet to have a contract next year. That might well sort that one out. Giro d'Italia stage winner. Sign him up. Well, Puccio is well appreciated in the Ineos Grenadiers ranks. And he's taken second there ahead of Holmes. Two Brits on the podium on the day. Joey Roscott also riding his heart out. Another man who will be thinking about his job for next year as well, no doubt. Surely Dowsett's got that sorted though now. And this was a sprint behind. You could see Vendrame advancing on the right. No Sagan, no Demar, but there certainly was a Viviani. Ballerini was having a go. Through the centre you can see Gaviria sprinting too. But it was Michael Matthews coming around the centre on the right-hand side in the end and across the line first. The best of the rest. Another day, another Maglia Rosa. And that man, well, we'll see him next week. Certainly as far as the finishes are concerned. Alex Dowsett wins stage 8 of the 2020 Giro d'Italia, and he does it from a breakaway. 1 minute 15 seconds ahead of Puccio, who finishes on the podium with Matthew Holmes. We've been treated to good racing today, and we've been treated to beautiful, spectacular scenes. This is a scene that will be replayed in Alex Dowsett's mind for the rest of his life. So much going on in his life. He mentioned that he's expecting his first child with his partner. Maybe worried about not having a contract for next year. But all of that flies away as he takes a victory at the Giro d'Italia.
Israel Cycling Academy. Finally you did it. Alex did it, but you cover him from behind.
Yeah, I think it was a really well-deserved victory for Alex. He's still out of contract for next year, so this will for sure help him. I'm really, really happy for him. And it also showed today in the first lap we both were dropped. We were the 5th and the 6th guy up the climb, but then we worked together, we come back, and then we said, okay, one time me attack, one time him attack, and the other guy controlled the other guys.
You were the only team with 2 guys in the escape. Which was the plan? You should attack once each, or he was the one to try as he did?
Yeah, well, I also tried sometimes, but he came away. I think he chosen the perfect moment. He was really strong after. Then he had a nice gap for the climb, and I knew when he will arrive on the top with some seconds, he will time trial it back home to the finish line.
Everybody thought it could be a stage for the sprinters, but did you believe in the escape since the beginning?
Yes, I thought today for the sprinters maybe it's too hard. We had a lot of hard stages so far. Yesterday was also a hard stage, so today I couldn't really see a team controlling it. So we said let's give it a go. It was not easy to come in the breakaway, but once we had a little gap, we just went all out for 10 minutes, and then we had like 10-15 seconds, and it was 20 seconds, 25, and in one moment the peloton gave up, and then we had the freedom to go.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
So you heard from the teammate, the man who helped to set it up. The emotion, the knowledge that Dowsett himself didn't have that contract for next year. Something that obviously not just he's been thinking about, if that's come from his teammate as well. Let's hear from the man himself, though. Here's today's winner.
Today's stage winner, Alex Dowsett. Alex, you just said you're relieved. That was some nice victory.
Thank you. It's such a tough year. It was just all the uncertainty and just trying, like, working out how I'm going to get to next year. Still be racing, still be doing what I love, and still being able to put food on the table for 3 of us rather than 2 of us come January. So hopefully this will help secure something for next year, and I just to win like that as well. It just, I think as you get older, you'll know, Bernie, you wonder when your last win might be. So you just, or your last Grand Tour, your last anything. So you just kind of learn to savor it, learn to enjoy it, and yeah, just enjoy it with my teammates here, enjoy it with Chanel and my family when I get home.
Yep, also big congratulations to you and your fiancée, because from the whole Eurosport GCN family.
Thank you.
We saw the news this morning, and at the same time you tried already 30 Ks out to go.
Yeah.
And was it hard then when you got caught and then also being dropped on the last climb and then just come back and go again?
Yeah, I mean, there's some strong guys in the break. I think the only unknown for us was the fella from Androni. Nicky Sorensen on the radio was kind of telling us how good each rider was, and it was kind of like very good, very good, very good, and probably very good as well. So we knew we had a work cut out, but with Matthias and myself both in the breakaway, we knew we could use each other. And the last time I was in a breakaway with Matthias, he won the stage of the Tour of Britain and I rode into the yellow jersey. I think you might have been chasing behind, I don't know, but he went into the yellow jersey, so it's only good things happen when I'm in a break with Matthias.
That's true. I was there. It was a hard day like today. And at the same time, I mean, you were 2 up there, pressure was on, and you guys delivered the first Grand Tour stage win for Israel Startup Nation.
Yeah, it's still quite a new team, so it's a bit unfair that the commentators keep saying, like, we're the only team not to have won. I mean, I think it's been a while for Cofidis. So yeah, it's going to be, I think, a big relief for the team to get that win under their belt. We've been close a few times with Rudy and UAE, and you know, the boys in the Tour, like, we're fighting every day. So yeah, I think, you know, the team can end this year pretty content with how things have gone now, and we've still got Tour of Flanders to go, and the Vuelta and a few stages here.
Fingers crossed, there's some contract waiting for you to sign it.
Oh, it would be nice, yeah.
Well done, mate. Enjoy the podium now.
Thanks very much.
No need to take all those stats to heart. That's all they are, numbers. We've got to say them, Alex. Sorry, we've got to say them. Well done. Well, this is how the day started off. 6 men went away in the breakaway, getting 6 minutes of an advantage where we saw the images. 150 Ks to go, and looking pretty solid. Inside the final 100 kilometers, 10 minutes of a gap. Intermediate sprint, taken very, very well by Arnaud Démare. Only a couple of points to play for, though, after the first 6 had taken the majority of those points. Problems for Jakob Fuglsang on the descent. Heavier puncture, a change, but by the time he was chasing back on, Trek Segafredo had just started to push on. 45 seconds turned into a minute. That came back together, and when the breakaway hit the final circuit, the first attack came from Alex Dowsett. That was a softening up move as things did come back together again. And once they did, they were then in survival mode. When the climbing terrain came, the climbers put in their digs. Puccio and Holmes going away. Brendley and Dowsett both looking in trouble at this point. Inside the final 20 Ks, 18 to go, it came back, and very quickly Dowsett would hit them again. Brendley looking on at the front, doing a brilliant job to just wait, let the wheel go. Behind, they weren't in agreement on how to chase, and that will result in a gap of over a minute to Alex Dowsett. Second Giro stage win in his career, first on the road and away from the time trials. A very, very special moment. Second place going to Puccio, third going to Holmes. Maglia Rosa still on the back of Joao Almeida. No Demar or Sagan involved in this sprint for the line, and Matthews winning the sprint of those remaining. The lights at the buses. Israel Startup Nation have a Grand Tour stage win for the first time in their short history.
Alex Dowsett just won his second stage in the Giro d'Italia out of a six-man breakaway. And probably you wonder, I do, why was it only 6 men up the road today? We have seen Vini Sabu and Badiani up the road wasting energy on the last days. But today was a good chance to make it. Why were they not presented? And I probably have 3 answers for that. First one is, it's not easy to go in the breakaway. The second one, Groupama, FDG and Demar being so strong in the last days, they thought there's no chance to close it down, and Demar wins his 3rd stage in this year's Giro. And the third one is actually the road knowledge, because the big teams, they know every centimeter of the road. They know the profile, they have their scouts out there, and they know what's going on. They also adapt their tactics while the race, talking to the scout who's out on the road. So they do the homework, and some other teams probably just look at the road book and decide what's written in the road book. And they definitely missed out on a big, big chance today because they were not present. And tomorrow, it's a hard day, it's a GC day, and they give rain. So for me, they have to wait till after the rest day to get another chance to be in a breakaway presented.
And a little reminder of the weather forecast tomorrow. As if the mountains weren't enough, the rain is on its way, according to Bernie Eisel. We've seen a lot of this today. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. San Salvo to Roccaraso. 208 kilometers, the addition of an extra mountain stage makes this a harder Giro d'Italia. It's a 4-star stage, and once they turn away from the Adriatic, they head up into the hills. Mountains, really. Guardiagrele. Skirting them first, up Passo Lanciano. A really important climb in the region. But it's the second and final climb that will take them to Roccaraso. A King of the Mountains points all along the way. And there it is at Aremonia. Long day, a hard day. Could be a pivotal day in the Giro d'Italia. Big moment for a popular rider. Alex Dowsett, the winner of Stage 8 of the Giro. And we hope that helps put all of those worries to the back of his mind. It's a day not to forget. And certainly for the team, a day to remember. He's made history for them today, and he's done it from the breakaway.
Questo forte passista che arriva dalla Gran Bretagna che oggi ci ha regalato ancora un'impresa.
I'm sure he'll drink to that, as they will down in Essex. Loads of cycling coming your way tomorrow on Eurosport and on GCN. You can watch Paris Tour and Gent-Wevelgem both from just after 12 on the Eurosport app. 12:20 for Paris Tour, 12:30 for Gent-Wevelgem. We will be live tomorrow at 12:30 on Eurosport 2, the Eurosport app and the GCN Race Pass. From Brian and me, Rob, it's goodbye.
Giro d'Italia, un corridore che arriva dal Portogallo, difende i colori